Ça commence. Hein. Greetings, greetings. How's everybody? Hope you're doing well. Double check something quickly. Now, some good news, though it is not a definitive satisfaction, it's not a final satisfaction, but the father and son who shot a young black man who was jogging, they were arrested. So I don't know if they have been formally charged yet, but at least they've been arrested, and we'll see how it goes from there. I could not even believe they were not arrested in the first place. I'm about to let the family know that we are live. So it's an open mic session. Question and answers, anything goes. As usual, how about the people streaming now? Asiatic Black Man has joined us. Greetings. We are live now. Okay. Let's see. So let's wait for people to come in. Asiatic Black Man is asking, can we take a peek at Amenophis of Apu? Feel free. But what's the reference though? Because you never answered that. And by the way, last time you said if you want to come in now, you can come in. So let me know. I can send an invite link. As a matter of fact, I will share the invite link so whoever feels like coming will be free. And the trolls will be taken care of. As Yeti Blackman wrote, I will be honored. Well, the link is there, so feel free. Kevin Jones is asking, is this chat still live? Yes, it is. I'm waiting for people to speak with us. I could flow if people give me something to flow about, but I like the interaction, so everybody is free to participate, whether it is in the chat, in writing, as you have just done, or people can just join us. There's an invite link that I've shared. Asiatic Black Men might join us with the invite link, but everybody feel free. If there's anything that's on your mind, feel free. If you have any questions, if you have any statements, whether it is with something you agree or disagree, by all means, feel free. Then, when it's good, understanding is better. Oh, Asiatic Black Man is there. So, one moment. Hello?
Hello?
How you doing, bro?
Peace, brother Shaka. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. I wonder
Good.
if I can put the volume up. I'm sorry, the volume. If I can put it, make it louder.
You can hear me?
Uh, I can hear you. Not quite loud, not too loud, but I can hear you.
All right.
Can't see your face though.
Right. How you feeling, brother? How the family?
Family as well. Thank you.
Good, brother. It's an honor to be up here with you, man. I don't disagree with everything that you be teaching on, just certain aspects, brother, you know.
Mm. And you know, are you African American or do you have roots from somewhere else?
African American, to the
All
best of
right.
my
Okay.
knowledge. Yeah.
I see. I see. That's the thing that's very particular. I've addressed that a long time ago, but African Americans are, when it comes to black people, are probably the only people who just don't know where they originate from.
Yeah, it's a lot of
And
confusion.
yes, and I mean it's just that like me being from Haiti, so I know you meet people they are from the same place. There's a language in common and a language in common and culture in common, and it's the same for me being in France. You meet people from Senegal, from Mali, from all kind of places. When I was in England, I would meet people from Zimbabwe, from Kenya, and all that. But it's quite particular.
Right.
So, but you ever been to Haiti with your wife?
No, I have. I've never been to Haiti. My wife is she's Haitian, but she's Americanized. She doesn't even speak the Creole or
Oh, she
nothing.
doesn't. Okay, okay, okay.
No, no.
Uh,
She grew up basically just with the African American sense of culture. Even though we all still really the same, but that's has was her sense of culture coming up.
I see. I see. Well, I mean, as time goes, people tend to speak less and less their original language when we are not living in our country of origin. And there's many people from my generation who just don't speak Haitian Creole. And myself, I speak it really because I used to go on holiday to see the family in Haiti and in America. And in America back then, well, my family, my uncles and aunties, they would not even speak English so well then. And of course, they wouldn't speak French so well. So the only language I could communicate with them was the Haitian Creole. So that's the reason why I speak it. And but as time goes by, it's being lost. Now it's fine. There's the situation that's worse. For example, people who speak Aramaic. I know one person who speaks Aramaic, and that language is going. It's about to be extinct. I cannot make any precise prediction, but it's fading away. But
Aramaic.
let me just read that comment from Kevin Jones. He says, "I am from Jamaica, and need to learn more or really don't know anything at all, well, feel free if you have any questions. So yes, Asiatic black man.
Yeah.
Which country? Sorry, which state are you from?
New Jersey, East Coast.
Okay, okay, East
East
Coast.
Coast.
All right, okay,
Yeah. East. I
okay.
got. I
No,
got. Go ahead,
yeah,
brother.
go ahead, go ahead. Go no, go
No,
ahead, go ahead.
no. I said I have tremendous respect for Haiti and the Haitian people. You know, just from studying the revolution and the struggles. You know, I have tremendous respect for Toussaint, Dessalines, Boukman, Mackendal, and probably many others that I don't know by name, but I respect the sacrifices that the Haitian people have made. You know.
Mm, yeah, and that's one thing though that when I meet people and I tell them that I'm from Haiti, that's something that comes very often. People really have a lot of appreciation and respect because of the Haitian Revolution and so on. However, when I was a child, people didn't really know Haiti.
Right. Right.
When I would tell them Haiti, they was like, "What? What's that place?"
Yeah.
But now, people kind of know.
Yeah. Some of my best friends growing up was Haitian brothers.
Mm,
Some of my closest friends growing up.
yeah. So that thing. I'm in Office Son of Hapu. We were
Yeah.
just asking you for one reference. You never gave us one.
Uh, well, eventually, I uh, I have come across a few uh, a few Europeans, because that's what we look for nowadays in the form of a source, and I can appreciate their work, but I did not come to that notion from anyone other than my own study. But in the process of me studying recently, I have came across two European scholars who actually support the same idea that Joseph, the son of Hapu, or Amenophis, excuse me,
Oh,
Amenophis, the son of Hapu, was actually the prophet Joseph from the Bible and Quran. I have come across. I got two sources of Europeans because I know that's what we look for nowadays as far as the sources. But I didn't get my premise from them.
all right. And so who are those guys? Because personally, it doesn't matter to me if they are European or black.
Right.
As long as they're well, either as long as they are either scholars or that they give some primary evidence. Um, but who are they?
One of the scholars I have on the PDF is Robert S.H. No, Schiest, and he has an article.
Uh, IEST.
Uh, Schiest. Yeah, he has a PDF, and where he's going into his point of view why he believes that Joseph, I mean, excuse me, I keep saying Joseph. Amenhotep,
I'm in office.
Amenophis, son of Hapu, is actually Joseph. He's
Can,
going
can you can you share the PDF?
brother, I'm not too tech savvy at all.
Oh,
Forgive
but
me.
well, whenever you find it, you can always leave it in the comment section.
Right.
There's no rush. No rush.
Okay. Okay. And
Because there's a few people who've been alleging that some particular individuals that we know from history were actually some biblical characters. But usually there's not much evidence to back that up. It's more I don't want to say belief, but it's more like an allegation. And a lot of time it's been done with Moses. For example, Akhenaten. Some people have been saying
hmm
that really the Moses of the Bible, that's actually Akhenaten.
right. Even Sigmund Freud has said that. I don't believe that.
I think he has. I haven't read it myself, but he's
Yeah.
he's he's uh he's listed as one of those people who had this thesis.
Yeah,
And there's
this.
that author. I forgot his name, but he has written several books about that. I read one of them. I don't know if his name is Osman or something, but
I think
just in a
so.
yes, Osman Nathan Moses
I think so. I think I just came across that name, Osman, when I was just reading
Ahmed
the book.
Osman. Yeah, Ahmed Osman. Yeah,
Right. Yep. That's him.
yeah,
That's him.
yeah. He claims
Hmm.
that they were the same person. Moses and Akhenaten were the same person.
Right. My focus is more on Amenophis, the son of Hapu, because it's so
Hmm.
much about him that is profound and interesting. You know, he was a visor. He was the head of the horses. He was the fan, the right hand of the king that waves the king's fan. You know, some title, as well as he was the head of the military, and he was one of the greatest architects. He worked on.
Hello.
Yeah, I thought you was
Yeah.
about to say.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Yeah, he was one of the greatest architects as well. He worked on Karnak. He worked on Celeb in Nubia and left some interesting artifacts there, as well as the Colossus of Memnon, which they say is cut from real, the hard type of quartzite that is nearly impossible to cut. But Amenophis, son of Hapu, was able to carve the Colossus of Memnon out of that material. So he definitely was a real serious architect.
So he was on the Amenhotep the third,
Ye-
Akhenaten's father.
yes,
But
yes,
how? Okay, now him being Joseph.
yes.
What's the evidence for that?
Well, when we really get into we really get into his works as far as the architecture. The architecture is profound. It's out of the ordinary for for Egypt, as well as the statue of himself is out of the ordinary for Egypt. His statue, he's actually seated like a Buddhist, but it's an Egyptian statue. So the style is that some of the, I guess you could say, the sculptural critics, maybe I don't have a good word for it, but maybe some of the critics of the style are saying that from the way that he's seated, it suggested that he had an Asiatic origin. Not to say that he was other than black, but a black Asiatic origin, because he's seated like a Buddha. But this is an Egyptian nobleman, even though he is not royalty.
Okay. Are you talking about this picture that I'm showing in the chat there?
Hold on, I can't see it just yet.
If it is there now.
Maybe it's the delay.
Oh yes, there's more likely
Right.
a little delay.
Mhm. It's like a brownish, dark kind of statue where he's seated.
Yes,
Yeah, with his
it's
legs
probably
folded.
the same one.
Right.
Yes, because the things that I think personally is really reaching to say that someone will be a biblical character because of his sitting position.
Mhm.
Now, I don't think we can just assume that someone seated with his legs folded, then it has to be someone of Asian origin. And even if he had some Asian origin, how would that make him the Joseph of the Bible?
No, brother, that's not the only. That was just one point that I was pointing out. Uh, it's actually literally it's his name as well. Amenophis, the suffix of Amenophis is Ophis, and when we do the etymology on the word Ophis, it comes to Joseph, and
No,
and
that's no. I think that sounds like linguistic acrobatics.
I hear you, brother. But
because it's actually Hotep, but the Greeks called it Ophis, the ending. It's
right,
Amenhotep, and the Greeks called it Amenhophis. But
right,
even Ophis and Joseph, I would need to see how the two are connected.
right. Understood. But we can move on to the second part of his name as well, Hapu, and Hapu means Jacob or Jacob or Jacob. The H,
Says who?
the H, the Y, and the J are all interchangeable. The way that you pronounce Hapu, it would be the way a Yiddish speaking person pronounces Jacob, like Jacob.
Well, to me, I'm not a linguist. Hapu and
Me,
Yaakov, yeah,
me neither.
Jacob, that's Yakub. Yakub. Hmm?
I'm not a linguist either, bro.
Je suis en ligne, là, je suis en train de faire le live. I'm sorry. But Yakub and Hapu, I don't see how the two be even remotely close. And the thing is that the biblical characters, we barely have any evidence for them. We might have evidence for the historicity of, we might have evidence for the historicity of a couple or so, but the majority we just don't have any evidence for them. So their historicity in the first place is not even attested. Um, so for one to say that okay, that other person is that biblical character, how can we establish that?
Well, there's a number of other factors as well, and I reckon that if you take your time out and take a serious look at the etymology of Hapu, you will be able to deduce that it has a relationship to Jacob. But there are other factors as well, like the fact that
And
go ahead.
no, I'm sorry, but we'll have some time anyway, so you'll be able to tell us the other points. But just for the record, um, and that's one evidence that there's most likely no relationship between Hapu and Yakub because in Kemet there was, hold on, I think his name was Yakub El,
Hmm.
Yakub El, Egypt, and he might have been a Hyksos.
Yeah, many
Um,
were.
and so that let us know that it wouldn't have been, the name wouldn't have been Hapu, it would have been Yakub period. But I have Vizier under the Fatimids from 979. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. I will have to look for it. But just go ahead and just tell us the other points. Feel free. I will look for
Yeah.
it in the meantime.
Well, when we look at the effect, well, when I look at the history of the 18th dynasty period, I uh, I see a lot of Hebrew uh, impacts because Amenophis or Amenhotep, son of Hapu, was the scribe of Amenhotep III, who is the father of Pharaoh Akhenaten. Suddenly, once Pharaoh Akhenaten comes to the throne, he flips and says one God.
Hmm.
This is just prior to Joseph. Well, Joseph was just prior to, well, Amenhotep was just prior to him, and he was his father's right hand man. And then when he grows up, all of a sudden he just says one God. And then we have to factor in as well the Amrana letters, and he was definitely influenced by the concept of monotheism because that's what he came out repping real hard, monotheism.
Hmm. But it sounds to me like it's just a hypothesis or theory because we don't have any attestation of Amenhotep or Amenhotep is the same thing, really. The Amenhotep is the Greek, but Amenhotep is the son of Hapu. being having the belief of of a unique God, and then him possibly influencing Amenhotep III, and then later on, uh, Akhenaten will end up having that same influence.
Hmm.
But for the record, I'm going to share the link. Now that's Wikipedia for all it's worth, but
Hmm.
it's just so that people know there's this is Yakub Ha actually, and he is indeed a pharaoh, foreign ruler from the Hyksos dynasty. So I've just shared the link in the chat for everybody to see. But that shows that we have that name back then. So if someone was called Yakub back then, it would have just been Yakub. Period. It
Well,
would not have been Hapu.
both actually mean the same thing, but when you look at Hapu, it would probably blow your mind what the meaning of Hapu is. Hapu means placenta, and he means clan. So it's some heavy, I would say, spiritual or esoteric meaning behind the name Hapu just in itself, because the
Just
word
okay.
Hapu actually means placenta.
Um, I don't have Hapu in that book there. I have a dictionary, but well, I'm gonna have a quick look. Maybe if I can find Hapu.
I mean, that would pair
But
nicely with. Go ahead.
the no, no. I was just going to ask if you know the spelling of Hapu, but
Hapu.
in English, of course.
Hapu.
Yeah, that's. But I was wondering actually the Medunetta because they I mean who Fis son of Hapu. They did not put his name in hieroglyphic. So in order for me to look for his name in hieroglyphic, I would need to know the spelling of his name. I mean, Hafiz, that's fine, but Hapu. That's what I was wondering. Um, I will try the French version. Maybe sometimes they don't have his name there. But anyway, to me that's just a hypothesis theory. Now there's ask a classy black man. It's been a while. How you doing? He wrote, "Let's speak on original Greek's African name." Then go ahead, brother. Be my guest. And Africanist world made a 20 pound donation. He wrote, "Give thanks, family. Appreciate the sharing. Hotep. Thank you very much for that donation via the super chat." My brothers and sisters, um, if you don't mind, make PayPal a priority when it comes to donation because that super chat thing, I will find out by the end of this month, but it's a bit fishy. PayPal is straightforward. But Kexia has joined us. She will just join. Who are you guys looking for in ancient Egypt? Oh, we were talking about Amenhotep, the son of Hapu. And if anybody wants to join the conversation, I've shared the link. And just for the record, I will share it again. Right now, we have Asiatic Black Man. You all know him, I'm sure. He's one of the most regular. But this
Right.
is the links for whoever would want to join us.
Yeah, the 18th dynasty, though, brother Shaka, is just really fascinating to me in co- connection to the Old Testament. When I look at the Amrana letters, it's when we read the Amrana letters, we can pretty much see that the names have been changed around, but it's a lot of things that were going on in the Old Testament that is happening in the Amrana letters. And that's a series of letters over a period of 30 years between members of the 18th dynasty and in Meru and Canaan.
Who was that? Did you say in Canaan?
In Meru and Canaan, that are the correspondence that make up the Amarna letters between Akhenaten and some of the governors that were in the area of Emiru and Canaan, which would be modern day Israel and I guess we should say Israel going up towards Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey. I would have think it would be more like, yeah, which was Mitanni at the time.
Hmm.
Canaan, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there's some correspondence with Canaan. Now I say I'm not sure. I'm not saying outright that it wasn't the case, but I'm
Understood.
not really familiar with that.
Understood. Yeah,
But hold on. Keisha is asking what dynasty is Amenhotep son of Apu from? 18th.
18th dynasty.
Uh, well, yeah,
He
18th
was the
dynasty. And if I go
scribe
by,
of Amenhotep III. You
yes,
know,
exactly, yes.
how I'm looking at it. From my background as far as being an Abrahamic, believer in the Abrahamic faith, and that is a factor. But outside of those factors, he is a very peculiar uh, character in Egyptian history. You know, he was very prolific as a architect. Definitely, he designed the 18th dynasty's temple at Saled. He was the one who designed it, and the Colossus of Memnon, which is two huge 19-meter high statues that he carved out of quartzite, not soft quartzite, but hard quartzite, which they don't even know how he did that today. One of the authors that I have on it, he's a polymer. Um, he believes in techniques that they will use by somehow liquefying the stone, but he also supports the idea that Joseph, Amenhotep, son of Hapu, was that Amenhotep. You hear me? Yeah, call had came in. Excuse
Yes,
me.
I'm hearing you.
He supports the idea. His name is David. His name is Joseph David Ovitis, and he wrote on the lost fresco. He claims Amenophis, the son of Hapu, is Joseph as well. But he's into geopolymer. This is a scientist that is into geopolymer techniques that you would use to build with stone. But I guess in the course of his studies, he came to the idea that Amenhotep III, son of Hapu, is Joseph as well.
Uh,
I didn't get it from them though.
I
But
see. I
yeah.
see. But do we agree that even if Amenhotep the son of Hapu was the person to design or build the column of Memnon, that doesn't have anything to do with him being Joseph? Do we agree with that?
Well, yeah, we would have to agree with that on face value. Yeah, but I'm just talking about when we gather a collection, when we collect a number of different facts, the premise and the idea become stronger when we look at the effect that he had on Akhenaten, and when we look at his birthplace, Athribs. Athribs was his allegedly his birthplace. There is some uncertainty of whether or not he was born at Athribs, but they do state that he got Amenhotep III to like elevate Athribs as I guess you could say, a sacred place or something like that. And Athribs is interesting, especially in the fourth later on in the fourth century BC, because this is where you had Middle Easterners, Greeks, and Egyptians had met. There was a tremendous amount of schools in that area. The Osiris, there's there's Temple of Osiris, Hathor, uh, quite a few different prominent schools.
You know, even him being born in Athribis. When it comes to Joseph, you mentioned the influence that he had on Akhenaten.
Hmm.
I don't know if we have any records for that, any
Hmm.
evidence for that. That's the one thing. And the second thing, if Joseph existed and if he had influence on, I mean, on Akhenaten, and how come Akhenaten's god was Aten instead of Yahweh?
Well, in my opinion, Aten, the monotheistic part of what Akhenaten was pushing is really the main thing that he went against all of, not all, but many of his predecessors, and said, no, it's one God. I, I understand that there was more going on because the priesthood had become corrupted, as we see today. The priesthood is corrupted, worldwide. But a similar set of circumstances, and I believe he felt the need to push against that, as well as being affected by Joseph, or Amenophis, the son of Hapu.
You said something very interesting, and I've been hearing that from the people who claim that um, Akhenaten was Moses,
I don't
or
think
people who try to explain the reason why Akhenaten abolished the worshipping of all the other deities besides the Aten.
so. Hmm.
And the main thing that those people say is that the priesthood um, was that word you used? Um,
Corrupted.
yes, exactly. Thank you.
Right.
And I always ask people, what is the evidence for that? You know, I think that's a way of them for substantiating their hypothesis. And even if the priesthood, in assuming, in assuming that the priesthood was corrupted, how would that and how would that lead Akhenaten to just abolish all the other deities? If the priesthood is corrupted, you can change the priesthood. You don't have to change the whole worship system that's been there for a couple of thousand years. You know, so those things really, when I say to me, is hypothesis theories. That's because when we listen to it carefully, it sounds like people are trying to um, validate historically the narrative of the Bible. And when it comes down to it, we never have any record for those claims.
Yeah, I hear you, Shaka. But when we look at the history of the son of Hapu, and we
Hmm.
read the story of Joseph, I'm not saying that I'm solely basing my premise on this, but when we
Hmm.
read the story of Joseph in the Bible and the Quran, and then we look at the history and the impact of the son of Hapu, it gets a little, it comes a little close, minus the stuff with the women that we get in the Quran, and that it doesn't touch on that, but his actual Egyptian history, it comes fairly close as far as his status and how he came into the fold of Egypt mysteriously. Nobody really know. They say Athribs, but nobody really knows exactly where he came from, according to what's available. Right now,
Hmm.
they don't really know exactly.
There's one point where I disagree, however, when you say that it is close. When we look at Joseph and Amenophis, the son of Hapu, one example is that the narrative, now I don't know exactly how the narrative is in the Quran.
Hmm.
It's usually similar to the Bible, but not exactly the same.
Hmm.
But for the Bible, I think most of us know the story. He was just sold by his brothers, and he was from uh, a different stock than the
Hmm.
Egyptians. We don't have any evidence whatsoever of Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, being from a different stock than the Egyptians.
Right.
Furthermore, before I let you add on, the narrative of the Bible tells us that at one point Joseph had this little scheme regarding the famine, and he made some stock. And when the famine came, the people would come to him, and they were hungry. And it was like, if you want the food, then you give me your land. And they were like, well, what good is the land if we dead? And that's the way he acquired so much of the land from Egypt. We don't have any record whatsoever of that happening with Amenhotep, the son of Hapu. And that's the reason why I say I disagree, that we cannot even say that the story of Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, and the story of Joseph is close.
Actually, he was in the history of the son of Hapu. He was the keeper of the house of grains. He was the keeper of the house of grain. You know, as far as being a keeper of the dried, the corn, the wheat, or barley, or whatever they was dealing with. That's that's in the actual history as well of Amenophis, son of Hapu. He was a keeper of grain. He held many titles. He was actually worshipped for 300 years after his death, and his tomb is right next to Amenhotep III. He was the only him and Imhotep are the only non-royals to have tombs, that large, right next to the royals, actually. So it speaks to his status. He had a very high status for him not to be a royal.
Well, for whatever Wikipedia is worth, I didn't see him having anything to do with the grain, being the keeper of that, but the narrative of the Bible doesn't have anything to do with with the narrative. I'm sorry, the narrative. I was distracted. The Ask a Classy Black Man just made a $2 donation. Thank you very much for that. He would I
Mhm.
will PayPal for an hour audio on killing of Asian. I don't really understand what you meant to write, brother. But Keksha wrote there were a lot of keepers of grain in Egypt and agricultural civilization law. So yeah. Um. So in summary, Asiatic black man, you believe that the Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, is Joseph,
Yes,
but there's no record whatsoever to substantiate that.
record got to be made.
Made? What do you mean?
Hmm. Well, I just, I again, I say I didn't get my premise and my idea from these two European guys, but one is Joseph David Ovitus. The other European is uh, right here, Robert Scheist, Scheist, and they both have done work on the idea or to promote the premise that Joseph, that excuse me, pardon me again, that Amenhotep,
Amenhotep.
Amenophis is uh, in fact Joseph. And now
But you
it's
go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I'm just the 18th dynasty has to be taken in really overall to get clarity and context because the 18th dynasty is very significant in the way that they move and the things that they do, especially with a focus on the architecture. Now, the Colossus of Memnon is 19 meters tall, and it's huge. It's not a pillar. It's two statues of Amenhotep III, in a seated position, but it is cut from quartzite. Quartzite, they're saying, is impossible to shape and to mold. is harder than granite. On the most scale of rock, quartzite is harder to cut than granite because it will flake. And they don't have any idea to this day, with all of the so-called modern technology that we have, how in the world he was able to shape that stone or even quarry it. They don't know. They don't have any idea how he was able to quarry that stone. So he definitely had a level of skill as an architect that was extraordinary.
I hear you. But then it's a bit of the same with the pyramids. The people don't really know how they were built, but still, that doesn't have anything to do with Joseph. But for the record, I've shared the link in the chat about the Memnon Colossus. That's when I went there in 2012 and I filmed it. And for you, Anthony Harris, here's the link. If you want to join us, feel free. Ask Classy Black Man, you're free to join us as well. You mentioned that you wanted to talk about the Aegeans and Minoans. Uh, but I don't understand when you say produce that Minoan audio, how they pay money read once audio is complete. I don't really understand. But feel free to come and speak with us. Ask a classic black man. Oh, okay. Anthony Harris is there, so let me just add him to the stream. Greetings, brother. How you doing?
Peace, peace, bro. How you doing?
Peace,
I'm doing
peace.
fine.
Yeah, peace,
We
peace,
have
peace,
Asiatic
everybody. How
black
you
man
doing?
with us.
Yeah, I know Asiatic Black Man. I know him personally. He be over there at
Oh,
SVDL with
personally.
us, man. Yeah, giving us hell all the time.
Peace.
Yeah. What's going on, guys? So, yeah, I see you guys were talking about the quartz rock and the how they were able to cut it, and nobody really knows how they were able to do it. Um,
Mhm.
when we look at the ancient civilizations, so much of that technology was lost.
Yes.
You know, when you look at, one of the things I tell people to try to learn how to stop doing is starting civilization, excuse me, starting African civilization with Egypt. You can't do that. It's just not fair to do that. It's not fair to do that because we have cultures that predate Egypt. Egypt was a baby on the Nile. Egypt is what the Greeks called it. I'm pretty sure that's nothing new for everybody on this panel, but with all those invasions, consecutive invasions, a lot of that knowledge, it's gone. We may never know. We just may never know, and that's just being honest with it.
True.
Yes, we may never know. Indeed, indeed, and that's interesting because I see many black people who are trying to figure out stuff that we most likely will never know. And
Yeah.
that's when sometimes they end up going into metaphysics. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. But the a lot of the things that they did leave behind are so impressive. It has left an impression on the world today. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mm.
played a huge role in religion, architecture. One of the things I always tell the Hebrew brothers, when you look at that Temple of Solomon, it was no different than the Temple of Amenhotep the third, right? And I tell them it was designed the same way. So I always tell people a lot of the influence that the Egyptians left behind, excuse me, the Africans left behind. I don't like separating the two, but it just permeated that entire world over there, from the Nile all the way over into the Levant, as far as Mesopotamia. I was just looking at the Ngozi Zion Lex debate, and I thought Zion Lex did a horrible job. It was horrible. It was
What?
horrible, horrible scholarship. I thought he was there to prove Sumer. And this happens every time. You end up in Africa because we have all the proof. You ain't got no proof when dealing over there in Mesopotamia. You don't have a whole lot. You have something to work with, but you end up trying to debunk Africa. Africans, we have been around for hundreds of thousands of years. You can't debunk it. You can't debunk it. There's nothing you can do. Y'all know what I'm saying? It's like impossible. You know what I'm saying? Like you just throwing stones in the river at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like your points is just gonna disappear. You're there to prove Sumer, and you did nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it just goes to show you that a lot of this scholarship that's out here, I'm telling y'all, man, eh,
Weak. It's weak.
it's weak.
I think he did a good job, bro.
Oh, Asiatic. Oh my God.
I'm
Oh
only
my
being honest
God.
with you, brother.
What did he
Well,
prove
he
Sumer
was
came first?
he no. See, my argument with all of this, I don't care who came. I don't care who came first. I
But
just
he do.
my
But he
my
do.
my my thing is it's all ours. I don't care who came
Well,
first.
my thing is, but that was the point of the debate. Are Sumerians Africans?
Yes,
No,
yes,
no,
yes. Well,
no,
I got
they're
black
not.
Sumer right. I got black Sumer right here. So
You got black Sumer right where?
I got black Sumer right here on my dresser.
He's talking about the book. He's talking about
Oh,
the
you
book. I
talking
don't know
about
if
the
you're aware
book
of the book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got Gert
by Robert
Mueller and
Kramer? By Robert Kramer?
no, I got Gert Mueller and I knew and Bantu.
Oh man. Oh man.
I got it.
Oh man. You want
I
me to do
got
a
it,
Well, you
beloved.
presentation
know.
on that book, man, and rip that book apart for you, man? That's like Babylon and Timbuktu, man. I destroy those books, man. Like, you sure,
Well,
man? Come on, Asiatic,
Oh,
man.
well, that
but
ain't all I got.
do you have the presentation ready, or are you saying that you're ready to prepare one?
Yeah, I could prepare one. It'd take me a day. I'm Team
Oh,
Osiris, so I could prepare one
oh,
easy.
you're a member of Team Osiris?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that I didn't know. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But it's funny because I was going to ask you because we talked about Osime Hotep like months ago,
Yeah. Oh,
and
you know what?
recently,
Yes, you were telling me that book is plagiarism. You were the first one telling me that. I
Mm,
forgot about that. He was telling me, my man Ma'at Forever right here was telling me. He said that
mm,
stuff is plagiarized. But
mm,
a couple of the brothers over there at Team Osiris, because I'm not a linguist, I'm a
mhm,
historian. I study
mm,
anthropology and comparative mythology. That's what I study. In
mm,
history, that's what I study. And a couple of the brothers with Team Osiris, they are in fact linguists. They understand languages and things like that.
mm.
And when
That's
you
Joshua Ken, is it?
yeah, yeah. When you
Mm,
were telling me that it was plagiarism, I didn't know. I don't know anything about languages or anything like that as much as I do now. But when
good work,
Joshua was
Shaka.
bringing forth that information, man, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot all about you were the first one saying that.
mm.
It
But
was him.
but with all fairness,
Good
though,
work, brother.
um, no, but actually, that's what I want to say. With all fairness, I'm not the one who discovered that. This is someone that I don't know personally. I never spoken to him, but you brothers might have heard of him. Netanel.
Yeah,
Okay.
He
yeah,
goes also by
yeah,
the name
Yep.
Netanel, son of Nubia.
Yep.
He's the
yeah.
one who been talking about that, and and then eventually, Tim Osiris once made a show to show the plagiarism from apparently that Ujau did, and then later on that Osam Hotep did. And the good thing that happened is that Sanera ended up having them on their show. Now he had them on their show because he had a beef with them and Ra Squad.
Hmm.
But when I say it's a good thing, it's good for people to know. It's good for people to see because amazingly now they played an audio of Ujau who kind of admitted that, oh yes, it would be considered plagiarism.
Mm,
But Asim Hotep, he has his channel, is inviting different professors and scholars, and he's making a live stream about his book, about whatever he wants to talk about. But he has never addressed that. And I find it strange because when he was accused by Brother Reggie of having a book with mistakes right from the first page,
Hmm.
they made a whole show talking about that was not the first page, that was a preface or whatever it was. I didn't listen to the show in full, but he took the time, and they that's when they started saying that Brother Reggie has comprehension issues,
mm,
and also there was a disagreement with Kemet, meaning the land of Athrabis or whatever they were trying to say. That. But I find it very strange that Hotep has not addressed this accusation, and I don't even know if we can say accusation because I think they clearly showed
Yeah,
that there was some plagiarism,
yeah,
and
yeah. I'm
that's a shame. Yes, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
no, I
No,
just say,
go ahead, Asiatic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I just say, I still appreciate certain aspects of Assad's work, but that's a stain, in my opinion. The brothers just got to do better. I ain't gonna throw the brother out with the bathwater though. You know what I mean? Because he do still do some good work. That's it.
No, but the entire problem and where the problem is when you don't use proper methodology when completing your works. You have to cite. You have to cite the work if you did not write it. When you don't write it, you can be accused of plagiarism. All right. I'm not saying, and like I said, I'm not saying that Asar Imhotep is not intelligent, but
Hmm.
a lot of the things that they teach over there is wrong.
Right.
I'm just sitting up there saying it what it is. If you guys want to
Mhm.
learn Medu Netter and the language, go look, listen to Dr. Raketti. I mean, she's gonna give it to you straight up. She knows her stuff, right? Just go listen to her. Stop listening to these guys that go on Sarneto
And
TV with that bullshit.
Hmm.
and there's one thing also uh, regarding Zion Lex.
Hmm.
He showed Sargon. He showed the statue of Sargon, and if I'm not mistaken, off the top of my head, I'm paraphrasing, but I think his slide said, "Look at the African features of Sargon," and I
Yeah,
was like,
there
"Are
were
you
no
serious,
African
bro?
features.
Are you
Well,
serious?" And furthermore, just 1 minute, just please, Asiatic black man. He showed. I don't know if you brothers seen it, but he showed some Asiatics or maybe Canaanites because we're not really sure where the Hyksos were from, but he showed some, and we can tell that they are like Amu Asiatics because of their dress and their phenotype, their hairstyle. But he
Hmm.
showed them. Now the depiction he happened to show, they were like darker than they usually are.
Right.
But nevertheless, anybody who studies Egypt a little bit, when you see the way they are dressed, when you see their hairstyle, you can definitely tell those are not Egyptians. But he was trying to having people believing that they were
Those
black
were the
people as well.
same nasty, flea bitten Arabs coming over
that's where
into
you're wrong.
Africa trying to snatch it. Okay, I got a presentation right now on the Amu. Load it up. I can go start it right now. I
Listen,
can show you these Asiatics coming into Egypt, paying the insult, paying him tribute, and don't
Well,
none of them look like us.
the
well, brother,
Asiatics,
if you have time, then I'll be happy to see it.
Okay, let
But
me go
do
get
you
my
have the option?
computer.
the
Do you have the option to
Asiatics.
share your screen?
I'm about to go get my laptop right now.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's
Okay,
beautiful.
hold on.
And I'm so glad now. I'm so glad because you see while brother Anthony Harris is getting prepared, that's why many times I mentioned the video "White Semites Black Awakening." Now on that one, I didn't show a lot of Asiatics, but our people don't seem to realize how much depictions we have of the Asiatics.
So what do we do with Sheikh Anti Diop's statement then? That
Which statement?
the first blacks, the founders of Heliopolis and Abydos were from Arabia Petrea, and he said that they
Well,
were the first black inhabitants.
we
That's what Sheikh Anti Diop said on an African Origins of Civilization, page 105.
we went over that so many times, brother, and I would like you to show us the page because remember you told me several
Brother,
pages. I went to
we
the
all have
pages.
the book. it's
Well,
not
I
it's
don't
not
have
like
it.
we don't have the book.
I
Oh, I
don't have
thought you
it
had it.
right now.
Okay.
I did download it on my mobile phone when I was live streaming, and I showed the pages.
Well,
But mm,
I actually have a source here from the Library of Congress.
mhm.
I have a book that I ordered but it's actually a book that was inducted into the Library of Congress in the U.S. through an act of the Library of Congress. So
So you have the book now. Can you show us the page?
no, I'm talking about a different book right now.
Oh,
But
okay,
I
okay.
but I'm just talking about to add to strengthen that source. It's prehistoric nations by John D. Baldwin, the Scholar Select. It's a book that they inducted into the Library of Congress, and I just want to read from page 56 of Prehistoric Nations. This is a book that the Library of Congress inducted through an act. So that should, if they felt like it was necessary to read the book, then I don't see why we can't read from it, in my opinion. But this is page 56. In
But just
studying,
before just before we read, you read. Sorry, just to answer your question. Even if Diop said that in his book, I would simply say that I disagree with that. But for the record, when we went over that, I didn't see that on the page. But go ahead and read.
on page 105
Uh,
of
well,
African or
if you remember, you told me several pages. You told me, oh
yeah,
no, it's not this page, it's that page, and I went to all the pages you told me, and I
no,
never
Shaka,
saw.
you're embellishing that a little bit, Shaka.
But
I
well, you know what we can do? You can read that thing that you wanted to read, and for the up, then whenever you're ready, you can show us the book.
right. Okay, this is the book right here that's in the Library of Congress in the
Mhm.
U.S. through an act of Congress. Uh, it's Prehistoric Nations by John Baldwin, Scholar Select. In studying the influence of this more ancient culture, as seeking to discover the source from which it proceeded, we are led to Arabia and to people known in remote antiquity as Ethiopians and Cushites. It is evident that in ages older than Egypt or Chaldea, ages away in the past, far beyond the limit of usury chronology, Arabia was the seat of an enlightened and enterprising civilization, which went forth into the neighboring countries and spread its influence from the extremity of the east to the extremity of the west. At that time, Arabia was the exalted, wonderful Ethiopia of old tradition. Yeah, that's from page 56 of this book that they got in the Library of Congress.
All right. So what I get from it is that he said that Arabia was Ethiopia,
The original
right?
Ethiopia, yes.
Okay. That well, okay. And Ethiopia is in Africa, and is populated by black people, and I'm pretty sure have always been populated by black people. So if the
Hmm.
author considers that the real Arabia was Ethiopia, that's on him. But
It's
Ethiopia indeed was populated by black people.
it's not just him, Doshaka. There's many other authors. When the Greeks referred to Ethiopia in classical Greek, they were talking about Arabia. They weren't talking about Ethiopia in the
I,
Horn,
I doubt that, however, I doubt that. But
brother.
let's presume that for the ancient people, when they talked about Ethiopia, they meant Arabia. Okay, well, okay, that's where it's fishy. That's where it's fishy. But ye that would need to be demonstrated that they actually meant Arabia.
You can Google it. The term is called Kushadwapa. When you Google Kushadwapa, it's going to
That's Wesley Muhammad, isn't it?
no
That's Wesley
no.
Muhammad.
I have John Baldwin in my hand, not Wesley Muhammad. I also have Wonderful Ethiopians of the Ancient Kushite Empire by Drusilla Dungy Houston in my hand. Both of them are saying the same thing. Drusilla Dungy Houston is a black African American woman who wrote in the 1800s, and John Baldwin is another scholar, select, who wrote in the
Okay.
1800s
Okay.
about
Now
this
my question
Kushadwapa.
is, okay, my question is, if the Greeks, you said that's the Greeks, right? The Greeks who, is that the Greeks that you said that they meant Arabia when they said Ethiopia?
Yeah,
So if the Greeks
Kush,
meant Ethiopia when they say,
Kush.
I'm sorry, that they meant Arabia when they say, oh, okay, hold on, let's be clear. Did they mean Arabia When they say Ethiopia or when they say Kush?
Both.
Okay, that's that's already that is
No, it's
already
true.
getting strange. But how did they call Ethiopia then?
The, how they saying it? How John Baldwin puts it. He and Drusilla Dungy Houston puts it. They say that Cushadwapa was very remote. It was prior to Chaldea. It was prior to Babylon. It was prior to Egyptian civilization. But the Kush, you had inner Kush and outer Kush. Outer Kush was the Kush that's in the Horn that many of us are familiar with. The inner Kush was the Kush that is in Arabia. That's how they broke it down. And they say it was full of black people. And the evidence of that is E1B1B. E1B, the Natufians were E1B1B. That entire
Hold on.
black,
Let me slow down for 1 second right there, Asiatic man. When you're talking about Natufian culture, you're going back almost 15,000 BCE, right? 10,000
that's right.
BCE, right?
That's right.
Okay, so you're talking about the beginning of agriculture in the Levant area, right? So when you're talking
Well,
about E1B1E, E1B1A, or E1B1B, those were nothing but Africans over there in the land. The original
that's what I'm saying.
inhabitants of that land were what's it called? Were Africans.
100. Yes,
Okay.
sir. 100.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking. When I say Asiatic, I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about people that's black. When I say Asiatic, when I say Kushite, I mean Asiatic, Kushite, black, Ethiopian type. I don't mean like and that's the interesting
Get this
thing
lesson
that
up here.
y'all mentioned phenotype. We got to understand that all Africans did not have the phenotype and will have the same phenotype, and they were pure Africans. Some of our people had curly hair. Some of our people had straight hair. Some of our people have, the more coarse hair that some of us have now. It just all depend. Everybody didn't look exactly the same, but they were straight up Africans. And we can't deny the presence of the E1B1B in the Levant, all the way up, like you said, to about 15,000 years ago. Maybe even a little further. But that whole migration, that back migration, EM96 basically covers the entire Afro-Asiatic geography when we look at EM96, because they can't pin down what where did EM96 actually come from. They say it's the Horn, they say it's West Asia, meaning Arabia. They don't really know, but they know that the E1B1B was definitely all spread all over the Levant and Mesopotamia. The E1B1B.
Okay, so your source for that was, let me guess, the wonderful world of the Ethiopian Empire,
Wonderful Ethiopians of the ancient Kushite Empire.
ancient
And
Kushite
I
Empire. Do you know what date she starts her study off at?
uh Drusilla is originally published in
No.
19.
I'm talking about what date does she start her research off at?
No, I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know. But I have the other one too. I have the one that's in the Library of Congress as well. The prehistoric nations or inquiries concerning some of the great peoples and civilizations of antiquity and their probable relation to the still older civilization of Ethiopians or Arabian Kushites. And, and that's John Baldwin. It's a long ass title. I didn't really, that's just the title of the book.
All right. So you're still under the because I'm getting this lesson up here real quick. I'm just making sure I got everything in here. I'm gonna do this little slideshow presentation here. If my man Ma'at wants me to, my brother wants me to sit up there and present more information, I would be happy to do that. But I'm just getting it all lined up so I can give a clear and concise image of who these people were who invaded Egypt or moved into Egypt and began to they eventually or gradually took over
Mhm.
and
Well,
enslaved.
well, do as you feel. But if I was to choose, I would prefer that you deal with those people, those Asiatics,
Oh, I am
and
dealing with them Asiatics.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, and then because that thing that Asiatic black man is talking about, he brings it up very often, so we always will have time to talk about this.
Okay,
Hmm.
no doubt. Well, let's get ready to deal with it. Let's get ready to deal with it. All right, so I'm gonna
Okay,
get my screen
so
share.
okay,
Share.
so I'm going to mute my mic, brothers and sisters. Brother Anthony Harris, I just found out today he's a member of Team Osiris. He wants to show us a presentation that he has about the Asiatics in ancient Egypt in Kemet. So I'm
Okay.
just going to sit back and listen.
Okay. And I appreciate you for letting me do this. And you guys have to understand, this is when my research was pretty new. I was pretty young in my research here. So hopefully I'll represent my team the best that I can. So before I get started, the first thing I want to do is I want to ask my brother, I want to ask my brother Shaka, does he see my screen share up?
I see it. It says loading.
Okay, let me see. It should be up now. Is it up now?
Not yet. Let's wait because there might be some delay maybe.
I see
But
it.
it just says loading. Asiatic black man, what were you saying?
No, I said I see it. Telling the brother that I see it as
Oh, you
well.
see it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Right.
Um. Okay, hold on.
Okay, it's
It's
up. I
probably
see it up.
probably the delay coming back to you,
Can,
Shaka.
can you see it, Anthony Harris?
Yeah, I can see it. It's up.
Oh, I can see it now. I can see it now. I can see it.
Okay.
The
So,
Amorites, also called Amaru. Yes.
okay. So, what I want to do is I want to prove that the Amorites were nothing but the Hyksos people. They were Asiatics that came into Kemet. This is, I like to call this the landmine. And excuse me. So, I want everybody to pay attention to the information that I'm going to present. And I'm going to start now. So, the Amorites, also called the Amaru or Martu, were an ancient Semitic speaking people who dominated the history of Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine from about 2000 to 1600 BCE. Tribal nomads who forced themselves into the lands that they needed. The Amorites were reputedly fierce warriors. They twice conquered Babylonia and Mesopotamia, establishing new city-states, the most famous of which became Babylon. Now, the name Amorite literally means the high one. In the Mesopotamian sources from Sumer, Akkad, and Assyria, Amorites appear as nomadic people and are connected with the mountainous region of Jebel Bishiri in northern Syria, called the Mountain of the Amorites. This was a linchpin for me. They were an ancient tribe of Canaanites, though technically not of Canaanite ethnicity, which inhabited the region northeast of the Jordan River. Amorites were apparently nomadic clans ruled by tribal chiefs. It's the same story in the biblical text, who pushed into the lands they needed to graze their herds. Some Akkadian literature speaks disparagingly of them and implies that both the Akkadians and Sumerians viewed their nomadic way of life with disgust and contempt. Now, in Egypt, the Amorites were called the Amar and were represented on monuments with fair skin, light hair, blue eyes, curved noses, and pointed beards. They were supposedly men of great stature. Next slide. Now, the Amorites were Semitic people who seem to have emerged from Western Mesopotamia, modern-day Syria, at some point during the 3rd millennium BCE. In Sumerian, they were known as Martu or the Tidnum. In Akkadian, by the name of the Amaru. And in Egypt as Amar, all of which mean Westerners or those of the West, as does the Hebrew name Amorite. They're the same people. They worship their own pantheon of gods with a chief deity named Amaru, also known as Belu Sadi, Lord of the Mountains, whose wife, Belit Seri, was the Lady of the Desert, which also became a designation for the people, as the Akkadians referred to them as the people of Amaru, and to the region of Syria as Amaru. This is these people. The god Amaru's association with the mountains and his wife's with the desert suggests that they may have originated in the area of Syria around Mount Hermon. But this is unsubstantiated. Their origins are unknown, and their precise history until they settle in cities like Mari, Ebla, and Babylon are equally mysterious. From their first appearance in historical record, the Amorites had a profound impact on the history of Mesopotamia, and are probably best known for their kingdom of Babylon under the Amorite king Hammurabi. The span between 2000 to 1600 BCE in Mesopotamia is known as the Amorite period, during which their impact on the region can most clearly be discerned. But there is no doubt they influenced the people of various cities along and before that time, and their impact was long felt after. Now, if you read the biblical text, it say Abraham came right from there. Amorite, Sumerian for Martu, Akkadian, Amurum, Egyptian word Amar, and the Hebrew word Emori, refers to a Semitic people, once again, who first occupied the country west of the Euphrates from the second half of the 3rd millennium BCE. They were originally a nomadic people whose prowess as warriors gradually brought them into a powerful position in Mesopotamia. Their rise to power brought about significant change in Mesopotamian civilization. I just read this, but I have to present it twice because this was in a book called Anacalypsis by Sir Godfrey Higgins. This is what he's saying too. They came to dominate the region, the most famous Amorite king being Hammurabi. Now, in the 2nd millennium BCE, the Amorites disappeared from the historical record as a distinct population group around the 6th century BCE. You're going to find out why. The downfall of the Amorites in Mesopotamia. The era ended in northern Mesopotamia with the defeat and expulsion of the Amorites and Amorite-dominated Babylonians from Assyria by Puzur-Sin and King Adasi between 1740 and 1735 BCE. And in the far south, by the rise of the native Sealand dynasty, the Amorites clung on to a once more small and weak Babylon until the Hittite sack of Babylon in 1595 BCE, which ended the Amorite presence. And watch this, and brought new ethnic groups, particularly the Kassites, to the forefront in southern Mesopotamia. From about the 15th century BC onward, the term Amaru is usually applied to the region extending to the north of Canaan as far as Kadesh on the Orontes River in northern Syria. This is why Herodotus called them Syrians. Everybody called these people Syrians. I'm going to show y'all the slideshow of who these Syrians were. Continuing. Now, after their expulsion from Mesopotamia, the Amorites of Syria came under the domination of the Hittites from the 14th century BCE. The Middle Assyrian Empire, 1365 to 1050 BCE, they appear to have been displaced or absorbed by a new wave of semi-nomadic West Semitic-speaking peoples known collectively as the Ahalamu during the late Bronze Age collapse. The Aramaeans rose to be the prominent group amongst the Ahalamu. From about 1200 BC on, the Amorites disappeared from the pages of history. From then on, the region that they inhabited became known as Aram or Aramea and Eber Nari. Continuing. Here we go. Amorites and Hebrews. At this point in history, according to some scholars, the Amorites play a pivotal role in the development of world culture. Not. The biblical book of Genesis states that the patriarch took his son Abraham, or Abram, daughter-in-law Sarah, and Lot, the son of Haran, from Ur to dwell in the land of Harah. Now, the scholar Paul Kerizak writes, Terah's family were not Sumerian. They have long been identified with the very people, the Amaru, or Amorites, whom Mesopotamian tradition blamed for Ur's downfall. They've always done this. They destroyed Canaan. They destroyed Egypt. William Halo, professor of Assyriology at Yale University, confirms that growing linguistic evidence based chiefly on the recorded personal names of the persons identified as Amorites shows that the new group spoke a variety of Semitic ancestral later to later Hebrew, Aramaic, and Phoenician. What is more, as depicted in the Bible, the details of the patriarch's tribal organization, naming conventions, family structures, customs of inheritance, and land tenure, genealogical schemes, and other vestiges of nomadic life are too close to the more laconic evidence of the cuneiform records to be dismissed out of hand as late fabrications. Ancient writers help us understand the geographic designation for Syria, one of the locales for the Amorites. Now, in the Iliad and the Hesiod, they called the inhabitants of that district Aramoi, compared to the cuneiform text of the Aramu or Assyrian Aramu for Aramaeans or Armenians. The earliest Assyrian name was Martu, which Hamo regards as a contraction of Amar-tu. Tu meaning people, Amar people, the land of the Amaru or Amorites. Now, here's the confusion between the two Semitic words found in the Old Testament text, because the Amorites, I'm going to show y'all, were nothing but Hyksos. The Hyksos were Amorites, and all of them were Asiatics. The Hebrew name, Amoree, equals Amorite, from Amar, a verb to be or make prominent. And the Hebrew Arami equals Aramaean, from Aram, a noun. So we don't have to do the Hebrew jujitsu or the Aramaic jujitsu, because that's what it is. It's Aramaic. There's no such thing as a Hebrew language. Never existed. Let's keep going. Now, however, both are used to designate people who occupied the same geographical area and had similar histories. Aram is described as one of the ancestors of Abraham in the Hebrew people in Genesis chapter 10, verse 22. Linchpin. Note that the two words demonstrate metatheses, or the switching of two consonants. All Semitic words derive from a verb base. This linguistic confusion may be the reason the word Aram has no verbal foundation in Hebrew. If you refer to Strong's exhaustive concordance and the Hebrew and English lexicon, the Old Testament by Brown, Driver, and Briggs. Now watch this. During the second millennium, the term Amaru referred not only to an ethnic group, but also to a language and a geographic and political unit spread throughout Syria and Palestine. At the beginning of the millennium, a large-scale migration of great tribal federations resulted in the occupation of the Babylonia proper, the mid-Euphrates region in Syria, Palestine. They set up a mosaic of small kingdoms and rapidly assimilated the Sumerio-Akkadian culture. That's why so many of the stories in the Bible can be found in Mesopotamia. They were nothing but myths and Mesopotamia lore. Now, only by leaving Ur would Terah and his family be able to keep their Amorite identity. So I'm going back to the story of back to Abraham, because I'm showing y'all how all this information compounds one another, how it's all correlated here. Now, only by leaving Ur would Terah and his little family keep their Amorite identity and their Amorite way of life, which was so important to subsequent Hebrew history. Had Terah stayed in Sumer, Abraham would have shared in a very different destiny. The Amorites would never leave. They would eventually merge into the general population so thoroughly that after a few decades, it would be impossible to distinguish them from their predecessors. Let's take a look at your biblical narrative. When Nahor lived 29 years, he begot Terah. After the birth of Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and begot sons and daughters. When Terah lived 70 years, he begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now, this is the line of Terah. Terah begot Abraham, Nahor, Haran, and Haran begot Lot. Haran died in the lifetime of his father Terah in his native land of Ur of the Chaldeans. Abraham and Nahor took themselves wives, the name of Abraham's wife being Sarai, that Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and Ishka. And now Sarai was barren, had no children. Okay, we know that story. Terah took his son Abraham, his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarah, the wife of his son Abram, and they set out together from Ur of the Chaldeans for the land of Canaan, matching the migrational pattern of the Amorites. and Canaan would be Syria, Palestine. Continuing on. But when they had come as far as Haran, they settled there. The days of Terah came to 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. This is the same period the Amorites were being expelled out of Mesopotamia. See what we saying, Asiatic black man? This is what we've been trying to tell y'all the whole time. Now, here is a map of Turkey, and here you can see there's Haran, and here's Syria right below it. That's why I put this map on here. Haran still exists. It was never a person. It's just what you call, it's just a political term for a group of people that begin to migrate into Syria, Palestine. That's all, bro. That's it. Still exists. These people were Asiatics. Euro-Asiatics at that.
Is it a difference?
Mo, continue to listen. Now, these are the Amu or Amar people coming into Egypt. This is found on the temple of Beni Hassan. They eventually rose to power and then expelled. Now, here go the Native Africans down here. This is right off the wall. No reprint. And here these people go up here. They're all light-skinned. Semites.
Who light-skinned?
Semites. They're all light-skinned. All these Semites up here.
Those is reddish people.
Well, they ain't black.
Go ahead, brother.
They ain't Africans. And they ain't you.
So you mean that none of our people have brown, reddish complexion?
Brother, ain't none of these people you. They all got long hair. This ain't you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Brother. I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay. Now, the 14th dynasty of Egypt was a series.
I'm sorry. Asiatic, I'm sorry, brother. Let's just let the brother finish his presentation, and then obviously I'm sure he'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, brother. Now, we're going to
go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. We're going to start with the 14th dynastic period of Egypt, which was a series of rulers reigning during the second intermediary period, right? Over the Nile Delta region of Egypt. It lasted from 1725 to 1650 BCE. Depending on the scholar, the capital of the dynasty was probably Avaris. The 14th dynasty existed concurrently with the 13th dynasty based in Memphis. The rulers of the 14th dynasty are commonly identified by Egyptologists as being of a Semitic descent, owing to distinct origins by the names of some of their kings and princes, like Ipuku, which is West Semitic for grace, Yakbum or Iyakbim, an Amorite name, Kara, which is West Semitic for the bald one, or Yakub Har. Names in relation with Nubia are also recorded in two cases with King Nahisi and Queen Tati. Now, when you see this name Yakub Har, that ain't nothing but Jacob. That ain't nothing but the name Jacob. We all know Jacob's name was Yakub, so we know we're pinpointing these people here. We're showing that these Asiatics were the ones that came into Africa and tried to rule us. Ooh, I praise you, Amos. I praise you, Amos and Tutmos. I praise your names. Let's keep going. Now, Avaris was the home of the Hyksos, or shepherd kings. So the Amu or Amorites or Amorites were Semite people that came out of, guess what? Asia. This was from a book called The Political Situation in Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period by Kim Ryholt. Now, these were the names of the 14th dynastic or intermediate period Hyksos rule kings. You got Yakbim Second Here, Yaamu Nub Woseere, Kare Kawoere, Amu Ahutepre. Now, I want you to pay attention to those names. They're Amorites. They're Asiatics that came into your land and ruled and kicked over your statues, destroyed your temples, people. These are those Israelites. Now, who are the Arameans? We're going to go back a little bit. The Arameans were an ancient Northwest Semitic Aramaic-speaking tribal confederation who emerged from the region known as Aram in the late Bronze Age. That was the 11th to 8th century BCE. They established a patchwork of independent Aramaic kingdoms in the Levant and seized tracts of Anatolia as briefly conquering Babylonia. Now, the Aramaeans never formed a unified state, but had small independent kingdoms across parts of the Near East, which is present-day Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Palestinian territories, the northwestern Arabian Peninsula, and south-central Turkey. Their political influence was confined to a number of states such as Aram, Damascus, Hamath, Palmyra, Aleppo, and partly Aramaean Syro-Hittite states, which were entirely absorbed into the Neo-Assyrian Empire by the 9th century BCE. In the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Aramaeans, Chaldeans, Sutians, and indigenous Assyrian Babylonians became largely indistinguishable, as these groups were culturally and ethnically absorbed into the native populace of Mesopotamia. It's the same people. Now let's look at Ezekiel 16:3 in your Bible, because I've already showed you that these people are Asiatics. Ezekiel 16:3, thus saith the Most Low, God of Jerusalem, thy birth and thy nativity is the land of Canaan. Your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite. Let's deal with Deuteronomy 26:5. Then you shall declare before the Lord your God, my father was a wandering Aramaean, and he went down into Egypt with a few people and lived there and became a great nation, powerful and numerous. Remember, the Aramaeans are Amorites, not to mention it's an anachronism, LOL. But anyway, that's another story. Now, the Aramaeans are Jacob's relatives. They're not mentioned as an ethnic group until around 1100 BCE. Why? Because y'all didn't come there until what? The Bronze Age collapse. The Aramaeans did not become dominant until the 9th century BCE. Now here's where the confusion comes in. The Aramaeans were conquered by the Achaemenid Empire in 539 BCE. However, little changed from the Assyrian period, as the Persians, seeing themselves as successors to the Assyrians and having spent 3 centuries under Assyrian rule, maintained Imperial Aramaic as the state language. This is where y'all get y'all so-called Hebrew from. Together with the Assyrian administrative structures of the name Eber Nari still apply to that region. This is why y'all say y'all come from Eber. However, during the Greek Seleucid Empire, when the Greeks conquered Assyria from the Achaemenids, they applied the 9th century BC Indo-European name for Assyria to that land, which read Syria, a derivative of Asurayu, which hither only referred historically and geographically to Assyria and the Assyrian, and land and people in the modern terms situated in the northern half of Iraq, northeastern Syria, southeastern Turkey, and northwestern fringe of Iran, and not to the Levant or its largely Aramaean populace. From the late 4th or early 3rd century BCE, the Seleucid Greeks also applied the name to Aram Eber Nari, to the west of Assyria, which had been an Assyrian colony for 3 centuries. This caused both the Assyrians from Assyria and the Aramaeans to the west in Aram to be labeled Syrians in Greco-Roman culture. Despite the two peoples being geographically and historically and ethnically distinct from one another, this confusion would continue in the Western world until modern times. Let's continue on. Now I want to deal with the Amorites and monumental inscriptions. Okay, I'm almost done. The monumental evidence is as follows. Egyptians inscriptions by W.M. Mueller, Asian in Europa, page 218, called the land of Phoenicia, and north of Palestine, the land of Amara. The Amar or Amor of text is chiefly the valley between Lebanon and Antibanon mountains. The modern Bakah. In the El Armana tablets, Azaru, the prince of the same region, is called the prince of the Amaru or Amorites. The latter name does not seem to be much more comprehensive than the Egyptian text, and certainly does not apply to Palestine. Watch this. Only in later cuneiform texts, the old expression Amaru is used so vaguely that Phoenicia and even neighboring countries are included. The Babylonian letter group of M-Martu or Martu for West hardly belongs here, but because of the similar sound in its earlier form, it was written for Amaru in the Armana tablets, and still more frequently afterward in the extended signification of Amaru. At present, it is not very easy to show the connection between the monumental Amorites and the Palestinian Amorites of the Bible. All right. Winkler assumes that the Amorites, somewhere about the time of El Amarna tablets, descended into Palestine from their original northern habitations. Where are they from again? Turkey, Mesopotamia. This was found in the Jewish Encyclopedia. So I put this here, I added this here for some balance, so somebody can have an argument or a talking point. But technically what they're saying is there's no real difference between the two. They're both Amorites. Let's continue on. I want to deal with Jebel Bashiri, the tombs of the Amorite kings. Now, the Martu are mentioned in a tablet from the Tel Farah, dated around 2500 BCE, and it appears on the 24th century BC Ebla tablets as a name for both a geographic region as well as its inhabitants. According to Longquist, some scholars have specifically identified the Amorite homeland with Jebel Bashiri, a mountain region situated between Palmyra and the Euphrates River. Similarly, Michael Astor had also traced the Marduki, the Amorite homeland in the Ebla tablets, to Jebel Bashiri. The Mari texts make it clear that during the Bronze Age, Jebel Bashiri was the territory of at least two Amorite tribes, the Sutians and the Yamanites. Now, the Yamanites are the Benjaminites. You guys can go look that up right now and press 1 when you do. Let's continue on. There are more than 400 stone burial mounds on the northern and western slopes of Jebel Bashiri. The mound fields were generational burial places of the Amorites. This sounds like how Abraham buried his wife. And several were utilized for many centuries. For example, Ristvet found the use of the Tor Rahum cairns has been dated to at least 1900 and 1600 BCE. According to Silver, the tumuli of Jebel Bashiri frequently covers stone ring walls surrounding stone burial sits, which contain the remains of dead Amorite chiefs. At Tel Banat in northern Syria, an Amorite occupation dating between 2450 to 2000 BCE produced an extraordinary tumulus known as the White Monument. That's where they would bury their people at, in these tombs, these huge tombs. Let's deal with, almost finished here. I think I got like 4 slides left. Now, the Amu family from the tomb of Khnumhotep was a terminus used by the Egyptians to announce the Asiatics who tried to invade the Nile. We're getting into it now. It took some time, but I got to set it up like this. Forgive me, guys. I know I'm long-winded. Let me repeat this. The Amu, the Amar, Amori, Emori, Amorites, it's all the same thing. The Amu family from the tomb of Khnumhotep. Amu was a terminus used by the Egyptians to announce the Asiatics who tried to invade the Nile Valley in several historical periods. Amenemhet I, 1991 to 1962 BCE, peace be upon him, discovered his military campaigns on the Eastern Ring as a time of smiting the Amu. He likewise built or freshened up the Wall of the Prince, a series of fortresses or garrison outposts on the east and west that had been come out centuries earlier to protect Egypt's frames. One campaign in the Sinai resulted in more than 1,000 Amu prisoners. The Hyksos were addressed the Amu in records address the Amu in records interesting the second intermediary period. And Amos, praise his name forever, and Amos, the give of the new kingdom, Ramses II, practiced the condition to future the lands of Syria and Palestine. In time, the Amu were designated as the denizens of Western Asia. In some areas, they were too addressed as troglodytes, nasty Asiatic people that got kicked out under Seconere when we went to war. Amos and Tutmos finished them all off. This is the true history. These Amorites, these were nothing but Asiatics. That's all they were that came into Egypt. I'm putting it together for you all. Now, in conclusion, the Amorites may have come out of European origin, though no one is sure what their ethnic origin is. They were represented on Egyptian monuments with fair skins, light hair, blue eyes, or curved hook noses, and pinpointed beards. They were supposed to have been men of great stature. Amorites, or the Hebrew Emori, Egyptian Amar, Akkadian Amaru, corresponding to the Sumerian Martu or Martu people, refers to a Semitic people who occupied the middle Euphrates area from the second half of the 3rd millennium BCE. I'm right back where I began. It's useful to remind people that Semitic speaking people is not an ethnic group or people of related bloodline. The term Semite was proposed at first for the languages related to the Hebrew by Ludwig Schlosser. It then came into general use. The claim based on the biblical fiction of Noah's children and their descendants making the Amorites related to the Canaanites or people of the Middle East is unfounded fiction. It is as much fictional as the fine details of the biblical story of Noah and his flood. Further, there is no proof that the Amorites were immigrants from the Arabian Peninsula. This claim is very unlikely, specifically because of the Western-looking features they had. With such givens, one has to conclude that the Amorites may have come from the northern mountains beyond what is now modern-day Iraq or the Caspian Sea. Here's a map of the settlement. As you can see, the old Babylon right here is the Amorite region. Right here. This is the Amorite region. Now, if you cross the Red Sea, it places you over here. Right here. Here's more Amorite regions right here. Where at? The same place where the tribes of Israel were at. Right here. It's right here. This is a map. Might not be an official map, but people are starting to put this thing together here. All right. Let's go. Okay. Now, here's a breakdown of the word. And I put "ite" at the end of all of these words. And I want to show everybody that the word "ite" is a suffix suffixation. It means "ite" means member of community, such as Israelite, right? So if I put "ite" at the end of Amor, I get Amorite, Amorite, Emoriite, Amuite, Aramite, Aramaean, Amorian, or Emorian. This is the breakdown of the word Amorite. Different lingua francas by different people, but it's producing the same sound about the same Asiatic peoples that came into the land. So when you say Ian or Aramaean, pertaining to, ite, member of community, suffixations. Let's go back to school here, people. Excuse me, wrong way. All right, so let's deal. Here's an Amorite or an Asiatic. This is what he looks like. See the pointed beard, the hook nose? There it is again. Let's put this stuff away, man. We could put this stuff down. They hated you. You had the land. You had the Holy Land. Here it is right here. Hold on. Let's go to some more pictures here. I got some more pictures. Give me a sec. Let me pull it up real quick. And thanks, bro, for letting me share this. Let it load up. Okay. All right. Let's pull it up. All right. Here they go again. As you can see the African man pulling the Asiatic. Y'all see that? See the pointed nose, the long beard, the bald head, the pointy nose, the pointed beard. See him? He got him by the neck with his hands bound. He got him by a rope with his hands bound. Y'all getting y'all asses up out of here. That's just what he means. I showed y'all a picture of the temple of Beni Hassan. These are those people. The Asiatics coming in the land, fleeing what? Famine. They're fleeing famine. They have nowhere to go. They're hungry. They want to come to where we have truth, justice, and order at, and they want to eat off Ma'at and then later come and destroy her beloved temples. Go read up on this period. Study it. This was them. They said, oh, we better than y'all. Here they go again. There it is. Look. See him? He bound, long beard. Don't cut your beards. Ain't that what your biblical narratives say? And he got a pointy nose. There they go. Here they go again. Pointy, long beards, pointy beards, hook noses. See them things on the side of their head? There they is. There they is. Here they go again. Make it a little bit bigger. See? Pointy beards, hook noses. These not your people. This not y'all, black man. Come on, Africans, we got to wake up. Put it down. Oops. Moving to the next one. There they go again. Let's make this bigger. It's nothing to be, Yahweh is nothing to be afraid of. Here they go. They're being drawn. Your ancestors are drawing them. They're saying this is what they look like. Here they go again. Even a better picture. That's them. That don't look like y'all. That don't look like us. See, we look at the long nose. They're Semites. They're mixed. They mixed in with all them Indo-Europeans and stuff like that. I'm not saying some of them were probably black. Some of them joined forces with them. We know the Nubians did. That's capitalism. Okay, let's go here. Look. There they go again. This is original paint. This is original artwork. They're not black. These are Semites. You pure-blooded. They wanted to be you. Here they go again. See? There they go again. Riding them donkeys, whatever. Pointy beards, pointed nose. This is them. See? Here we go again. They paying tribute right here. Syrian tributaries, people. Here they go. Pointy beards, pointed noses. He look like he got some color on him. But he don't. It's not you. You see, I think I got some more pictures in here. Oh, there you go, another one. See? That pointy beard. This is one of their indistinguishable features. There they go again. See? You can see the African brother right there between them. But you see them also what? Point, long beards, pointy nose. See? We don't have to do this. That's my, there they go. Here they go again. There you go, right here. This is the one I really wanted to get to. Here they come. Here they come paying tribute to your ancestor. But you read all through the Bible, all the nations came and paid David tribute, which is nothing but a lie. This is where they come over here to your tombs, they come to your temples, they see it on the wall, and they wrote a story. This ain't you. This ain't our story. Ball that book up and throw it out. Stop saying you're these people. You ruled them. The truth hurts. Once again, I think we right back. Okay, that's it. Nothing else to say after that. There's nothing else to say. Nothing else to say.
Oh, hello?
I'm still here.
You hear me?
Shaka, we can't hear you. Turn your stuff on. Unmute your
Hello?
mic. Okay, there you go. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Shaka.
Hello?
I can hear you, Asiatic, but I can't hear Shaka.
Yeah, that was a good presentation, man.
Thank
You
you.
know, my thing is though, if you're a fair man, which I believe you are, I don't know how to do what you just did, but I want to go and I want to show you some black Asiatics that are alive and well, E1B1B, and they're in the Negev, they're in East Africa right
Okay, hold
now.
on 1 second. 1 second. Let's see if we can hear Shaka right quick. Thank you, Darius. 2099. Thank you. The truth does not hurt. You might be right about that. Thank you. Shaka, something's wrong with your volume. I can't hear you.
Yeah, yeah, brother. But they in the Negev right now. Bija Bedouins. They're in
Um.
the Negev right now as we
Mhm.
speak. They are E1B1B. Now we have to ask ourselves. We know that the Natufians were in the area of Emiru and Canaan in antiquity. Now we have to ask ourselves, where in the world did all of these E1B1Bs go that were the Natufians as well as the Cushites? But what I was going to ask you to do as a fair man, because you did an excellent presentation, but I want to be able to point out an example to yourself and the people and the brother Shaka, of course, what uh Asiatic black person looks like right now, live and direct. They are in the Negev, they are E1B1B, and it's the Negev is the area that's just above in the area of Arabia, Patria, and the Levants, the southern area of what you would call Judah.
Hold on 1 second. We're trying to get hold on real 1 second. Hold that thought. We're trying to get Brother Shaka on here, see if we can hear him. We're trying to get his volume fixed.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay, I can hear
Yeah,
you loud and clear.
yeah.
Go ahead,
All right.
bro.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So when you start talking about the fact that they were E1B1A or E1B1B, that is a sub-Saharan haplogroup. We have always migrated over the world, throughout the world. My presentation was only pertaining to the fact that these so-called Asiatics, these Asiatic people that we try to identify with in a historical narrative is not us. I'm
I'm
not
about to.
saying 1 second. I'm not saying that Africans are not in the Negev desert. Asiatic is a social construct, and I gave you the man who created the term Asiatic.
I
Okay,
hear
so
you.
you're still identifying these African haplogroups as Asiatic. No, they're just Africans who migrated. That's all.
Brother, all I ask for is your assistance to, I don't know how to do what you just did, which was excellent. But what I'm telling you is I have examples for you, Brother Shaka, and our people of dark skin, brown skin, jet black, reddish brown, just like the picture you just showed of black Asiatics that are live
Look,
right
listen what
now.
I'm saying. I'm gonna say this
Right,
again.
brother, can you just assist me and
I'm
just
going to
pull up the
assist you.
Bijaz?
Listen, I'm going to assist you with that. But before I assist you with that, I can't let you, I can't continuously sit here and let you try to say that just because you see some people living in that
Brother,
area, that makes them Asiatic.
brother,
They're
you present
Africans that
you
migrated
you
there. They
you
have a
presented
haplogroup.
you presented an entire, an entire show. You did well. I just asked for a little assistance, brother, and I'm gonna
Okay,
demonstrate
okay,
to you.
okay, all right.
I'm gonna
Okay, okay,
demonstrate to you.
okay,
I'm gonna
okay, okay,
demonstrate.
okay, okay. Asiatic black
Let's
man.
demonstrate.
Um,
You
um,
demonstrated. Let me
ca-
demonstrate. I only need one
can you hear
piece.
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother Shaka.
Okay, all right. So you want to show some stuff to us? No
I
problem at
only
all.
just one piece,
Now,
just one
now,
thing. Just
yes,
to
that's
be your
fine. That's
better
fine.
ones.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Do you know how to do it?
No, I asked the brother to assist me in
Okay,
doing that. I just
okay.
explained
So,
to the brother that I
all
don't
right,
know how to do that. But I want
that's
I want
fine.
to show our
No, that's
people
fine.
too.
But that's fine. That's fine. You have the right to show what you want. We can talk about it afterwards. Um, Now I might not have the same configuration, so I will let Anthony Harris, if he doesn't mind,
Yeah, I do it.
explain to you, explain to you where you need to click.
I think. Are you on your phone, Asiatic?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll don't worry. I'll do it. I just read Sable Dudes. He's silly. I'll do it for you. So, what do you want me to type up? I'll do a screen share for you. What do you want me to type up?
Just Bija tribe, or you could
Okay,
just
the
put
Beja tribe. Okay,
Beja.
I know who they are.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Okay,
that's a word that you just mentioned. You just mentioned a word
okay.
that they said the Amaru are are the Bija, and I'm
No,
gonna
I
show
never.
you. I'm gonna show you.
Slow down. Slow down. I never said
Just
that in my presentation because I know who the Beja
okay.
people are.
Just as
No, I
just
never said
assist.
that.
I'm gonna show you. Just
No,
assist
no,
me,
wait,
brother.
wait,
One
wait, wait,
second.
wait. Before we do that, can you at least
Come on,
apologize?
beloved.
Because I never presented that.
Okay,
I
I
never said that.
apologize for that, brother. Can
Thank
you
you.
help me?
If you want help, just ask for help. I'm more than with you on that. But don't never say I presented some information that I didn't, because I know who the Beja people
Right.
derive from. Okay, so let's just go.
Okay.
Let's go forward with it. Um, okay, so these are the Beja people, right?
BJ, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it yet. Yeah, but can you go to the wiki article on them? Because it actually has some
Wait a minute.
published.
Wait, a wiki article on them,
It,
and you want me to use that as scholarship?
no, we're not going to use that as scholarship. We can look right at them. That's the Deja right there. Brother, if you don't want to assist me, I'm good with just the
I'm gonna read
pictures
it for
right
you right
there.
now.
That's an Asiatic right there. Those
Okay.
are Asiatics. That's what Black Arabia looked like. That's what Kushite Arabia looked like. And I'll tell you why. Because the Bija are the Egyptian hereditary guard. That's who the Egyptian, the Messiah, the Bija are the Egyptian hereditary guard. And they were the hereditary guard from time immemorial up until the 19th dynasty when a pharaoh decided that he wanted to get rid of them.
What
I'm sorry.
pharaoh?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Asiatic black man. Just for the record, you wanted the brother Anthony to go on Wikipedia. He did,
Okay,
and
now I see it
yeah.
now. That's the Bija right there. It's a
So
word in it's a tribe in there called the Ebaba. Down just a little bit into that article, it's a tribe in there called the Ebaba. It says that they speak Arabic, and the Amara from this tribe also have a claim that they come from Arabia. The Amara of the Bija. They
I'm trying
also
to. Where
claim.
where do I see that at? Where do I
Okay,
find that information at?
okay. Now you that's the article right there. You tapped onto the Ababa.
No, I don't see him. Okay, so you're saying the okay related ethnic groups.
Yes.
Okay, the
You
Ababda. All right,
you see troglodyte in there?
and but it doesn't say they are. This is what it
You
reads. I'm gonna
do
read
you
it.
see? I'm
Yes,
asking
I
you a
did. Just
question
'cause
though. Do you see
yes, I
troglodyte?
do. Oh, yes, I do.
Now, a few minutes ago, you said something about the Amiru being troglodytes, right?
Let me
That's
read this
black.
to
Those
you.
are black troglodytes right
Okay,
there. Go ahead. You go.
let me read this because that's a bit deceiving what you're doing.
Go ahead. You go.
And it says the Ababda or the Ababde, the Gabedai of Pliny, and possibly the troglodytes of other classical writers are nomads living in the area between the Nile and the Red Sea. The
Those are who they
vicinity.
calling troglodytes. Those black people. Those are black
Okay,
people,
so
brother.
how does, sir? Let me
Because
break
that's
it down.
Imuru. You just said it was Imuru. You just said that.
No, sir.
And
You're,
in your speaking, you
y'all
just
see what he's
said
doing?
that Emiru was identified also as troglodytes.
That is
Those are
true. I did say
troglodytes.
that. But where does it
You
say
did
that they
say
are?
that.
Sir, listen. Where does it say that these are? How did you link these people with the Amaru? How did you link the
You
Ababda with the Amaru? It don't even
you,
say that they are
you
part of the
just
Amorites. It says
you
and
just said
possibly
that
the
the
troglodytes.
Imaru were also called troglodytes.
No, no, no,
You
no, no,
just
no,
said
no,
that.
no, no. You're being
You
deceptive.
you want to
This is
rewind the
what it
tape?
says. Hold on. I'm not going to argue on his channel. And this is what it says. These people that you pointed out using a Wikipedia article of all things, it says the Ababda or the Ababde, the Gebde of Pliny, and possibly the troglodytes. It does not identify the Ababda as troglodytes.
You
You're
just said
misreading
in
that.
your presentation, you
Sir,
just
it does
said
not say
that
these people
that
are
the
troglodytes.
Amiru were identified as well as troglodytes.
Sir,
Don't
one
worry,
more time.
you can rewind the tape.
I'm not
Any,
seeing what you're doing.
oh, okay, cool. Let's hit another point.
Shock.
What happened
Hold
to
on one
these
second. Shocker.
E1B1? What
One
happened to
second.
this
One second.
E1B1B
One
that was
second.
the
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Natufians
Hold
and
on.
the
Hold on. Hold on.
Kushites
Hold
that was in Arabia? What happened
on.
to them?
Hold on. Mute your mic for 1 second. Because you just misread that. You just misread that. It does not identify the Ababda people as troglodytes. You're inserting that in there. I just read it out loud.
Okay, brother.
Let me read it
Okay.
to you again. It says the Ababda or the Ababde, the
You
Geb,
said it already.
hold on, the Geb a day of Pliny, and possibly the troglodytes of other classical writers are nomads living in the area between the Nile. So it's saying these people and the Gababde and possibly the troglodytes. It does not identify this tribe as the troglodytes. It's saying that
Oh,
these people are pastoral nomads, but they're saying two other groups are known as pastoral nomads, also mainly being the Kebab or the troglodytes. Comprehension
brother,
is
brother, what
very,
happened?
very.
What happened? Where did all of the E1B1B that was the Tufians and all that was in the Kushites that was all? What happened to them? Where did they go?
Thank
You're
you.
looking at them. You're looking at them. You're looking at the East African E1B1B. You looking at the
No, it says
you're looking at the
sir.
remnants of EM96,
Okay, let's read this.
which
Let's read
developed
this.
in West Africa, in West Asia. EM96 in West Asia that back migrated back into Africa 65,000 years ago.
Okay, so let me.
EM96. What happened to all the E's that were in Arabia?
That's
You're
not.
looking
Once
at
again,
them.
that's. Hold
You're
on. I'm gonna read
looking
this.
at them.
I'm gonna read this real quick for you.
You're looking at them, the Bija, the Bedouins, the Masayu, the Egyptian hereditary guard
Okay,
is
so
the
if these
Bija.
people are, if
No,
these
see,
people, You're
The
cutting me off.
Bija,
I'm trying to have a conversation
brother,
with
you just did a whole skit on it. I think I deserve to be able to get a little time.
you. Oh, okay.
You
I
just
thought
did a
you were
whole
arguing with
thing.
me. Okay, go ahead. You can talk.
The Bija Bedouins are the Egyptian hereditary guard. That's who that's who the Bija are identified as. Why are they called the hereditary guard? Why hereditary? Why no one else in the history of ancient, see, you brothers don't study Kemet. No one else in the history of ancient Egypt has held the title of the Egyptian hereditary guard except for the Bija and Libyans. And the Libyans didn't get the title until later on. The only ones who held the title, these are bowmen. These were an elite military force and an elite intelligence force. The status that they had in Kemet was like no other, the Messiah. Now, if you study, if you see, this is what I'm really beginning to understand. We know the names and we are familiar with some of the characters, but we really don't study the movements of these individuals. Because why would the Bija Bedouins be the only exclusive title holders of the Egyptian hereditary guard, but they are from the Eastern Desert?
I'm
They
sorry.
wasn't even from Kemet.
I'm sorry. Um, you're saying that they were not even from Kemet,
They were the
but
founders of Kemet. They were the
the Bija.
founders of Kemet. The
What?
Bija, the
Okay,
yes,
okay, okay. Who said
yes.
that?
These are the Asiatic speakers that founded Kemet. These
Okay,
are
who
the
said that?
the Anu Ascension says it. And I got I got the Per et Imheru by Dr. Muta Ashby right here in front of me. On page 55, it says that the first edition of the uh the first edition of
I
the
got that book too. You
pyramid,
want me to pull it
pyramid,
up?
pyramid, brother, I got it in my hand.
I know, but you want me
You
to
could
pull
you
it
could
up?
put Yeah, you can pull it up if you want to.
Okay.
Yes,
It
please.
says it says the pyramid
I
texts
don't think
are
he knows, does
regarded.
he? And Shaka. I don't think he knows.
It's, it says the pyramid texts are regarded by Egyptologists as being the first version of the Per Em Heru. This is known as the Anu recension. Anu meaning from the Anu, the same people that Sheikh Anti Diop says on page 105 of African Civilization, Myth or Reality, were the first black inhabitants of Kemet and founded Abydos and Heliopolis. The
But sorry,
Anu, the one who
brother,
had the Anu main ascension,
brother.
the same people.
You're reading a lot of stuff. You go from the Beja to the Anu. Who
But
said that the Beja founded Kemet? Who said that the Beja are the Anu?
the Beja that are in the Negev right now are from that same stock that was in Arabia Petrea. That's the
Says who?
E1. That's the E1B1. Okay, okay, brother. Let's just stick. Okay, scrap that part. If we could just stick with the Anu name ascension, the Anu name ascension. That's the first pyramid text. Period.
Okay, so now we're going into esoteric
Period.
study.
No, we're not just going into we're going into the text. We're going into the stone. And we can dismiss a lot of what you said about white people being the original in Miru, because the Amrana letter EA274 by from Nin Mames, Lady of Lions, to Pharaoh Akhenaten, she complained to Akhenaten about the Hebrew, which in Akkadian is Sagasu. She complained about the Hebrew coming out of the north and invading Emiru and Canaan. They called them the Sagasu in Akkadian means murderers from the steeps. We know they're talking about Europeans. She says murderers from the steeps of Europe, Akhenaten,
You're
are
proving
coming
my
down
point.
here. It's written in stone. It's written in stone. These are the Amrana letters. They are written in stone. I'm not talking about no paper. I'm not talking about no papyrus. I'm talking about engraved in stone, cuneiform text, Akkadian language. She's telling when the invasions or the incursions of Europeans from the north first start coming down. That's about 1350. That's around the time of Pharaoh Akhenaten. That's around 1350. She's writing Akhenaten and asking him for help. So we know that Europeans hadn't necessarily come down really invading just until about that time, because she's writing about it and it's in stone. This is from the Lady of Lions. It's Amrana letter EA 274. She
Okay, so
wrote
what does
two.
this
She
have to do
also
with
wrote EA 273. She wrote EA 273 too.
quick. Just answer our question. Just answer this one question real quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What does that have to do with them being black? You just went from the I'm confused here. You were just talking about the Beja people, then you moved into the Armana tablets, and then you said this proves that they were Europeans. Well, the Haparu, the Sagaz, all of them are the same group of people. They're all the same people, which I already proved in my presentation. But what I'm trying to figure out is, can we just stay in one place here so we can teach the audience today?
We can't, because you just went from multiple places, so I'm addressing multiple points. Another point is that it is highly unlikely that the 14th dynasty was ruled by Nubians and some white Canaanites at the same time.
I never said that the 14th dynasty was ruled by Nubians. I said they were ruled by Hyksos rulers.
I'm telling you, because I know about the 14th dynasty. I'm telling you, that's the part you miss. When you look at the 14th dynasty's kings list, they have a kings list that is made up of Nubians and Canaanites, black Canaanites. That's why I'm saying that, because it is highly unlikely that black Nubians ruled in the 14th dynasty with some white Caucasian Canaanites. That's false. That's a false narrative.
So one more time,
on their kings list.
Hold on.
Their kings list, it is Nubians and Canaanites.
No, you're not gonna do this.
I'm gonna do. Yes, I am gonna do it,
sir. Semites are mixed people. Okay, that's what a Semite is.
There are Nubians and Canaanites on the king's list.
Let me finish.
Ruling the same dynasty. They were family.
Okay,
you don't know what you're talking about.
You're giving a lot of formal information. Okay, it's very subjective. Nothing.
No, you're not. You haven't studied it. That's what the problem is.
Okay,
that's why you ain't know who the hell you didn't know the Bija was the Egyptian hereditary guard, did you?
No.
Yeah.
You never proved it either.
Yeah, I don't gotta prove it. It's common information. Anybody can Google it. Anybody with a phone in their hand.
Let me read on the Beja here, sir.
Can deduce that the Masayu were the Egyptian hereditary guard, and they were identified as Bija Bedouins. In fact, according to the Journey of 1904 by Wilhelm, the Amun was the lord of the Masayu. And Amun came down from Punt, according to the Journey of 1904 by Wilhelm.
What are you talking about?
What I'm telling you is you don't know nothing about the Bija. So you don't have you just was talking about Bijas when you said troglodytes.
You're talking about Asiatics.
Okay,
because you don't know the depth of what you're talking about. You don't got no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, all right, okay.
You don't know the Amrana letters. You don't know the Amrana letters.
I know all of those. Okay. I'm well studied in that.
How come you didn't know that she complained to Akhenaten about getting invaded from the north?
Sir,
if you knew the Amrana letters.
Okay.
Because you don't know the damn Amrana letters.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. You had a chance to state your piece. I just want to make some commentary about the presentation from Brother Anthony. And for the listening audience, the username Akeru, that's Brother Anthony. And he's the one who showed this presentation about the Asiatics. And I'm so glad because there's one depiction that he showed, the one from Beni Hassan. That's the same one that Zion Lex showed. And I was saying that.
Yep.
And now on the one that Zion Lex showed, or the one from Beni Hassan, just so you can have an idea, I want to share my screen briefly. This is the video, White Semites Black Awakening.
Woo! I need that book. Can't find it anywhere.
Oh, I got this one from the French National Library.
Okay.
Hold on, let me just make this bigger. Okay, so that video is White Semites Black Awakening. You will find that link on all my videos in English. You see the timestamp is 1538. Now I just want you to look at something, brothers and sisters. So now explaining. Oh, of course you don't have the sound, but that's fine. I'm just making commentary. So that's the book there, the Oxford. I didn't get the food. The Oxford Encyclopedia. Okay, let me put it back. So let's do this right. The Oxford Encyclopedia of Archaeology in the Near East. Okay. So what I will do, I will show the page, and you will see depictions of Canaanites, just for the record. So that's volume 1. Obviously, looks like there are several volumes. So there it is. Page 410. Okay, Canaanites. You see, the first individual on the left, that's an Egyptian, that's a translator. Those are the Canaanites. You see the phenotype, you see the beard that the brother talked about earlier? You see? And you will have some other depictions of Asiatics. He's the one translating actually there. So he says Canaanites, relief showing Canaanite vessels from the Memphite tomb of General Horemheb, Saqqara, 18th dynasty. You have name, dates, and places. And it's from the museum in Leiden. Okay. Then on page 411, look at your Asiatics, brothers and sisters. You have the Egyptians underneath. Look at them. You see the hairstyle. You can tell the difference. Not just the complexion, but also the phenotype, the hairstyle. And it is consistent with what I showed throughout this video, White Semites Black Awakening. And it does also match with what Brother Anthony showed. And I'm so glad he showed several depictions. The only thing, I wish we will have more sources. But when I have time anyway, I will make sure to show more depictions of Asiatics, but we have plenty. We do have plenty.
A lot.
So that's what I wanted to show.
Right.
Why was you disingenuous about the Ababda though? It says clearly right here in the article that they were described in classical literature as troglodytes.
That's not what it said.
Okay, just one moment. Just one moment.
So
let me put this up. Hold on. Wait. Just wait. 1 moment. We'll get some clarity. I'm going to share the screen. So there.
These are Nubians
from Wikipedia. Okay, and I will make it bigger there. That's the first sentence there. Let me see how it's presenting. So it says, I don't know if everybody can read it, but it says, the Ababda, or Ababde, the Jebadai of Pliny, and possibly the troglodytes of other classical writers are nomads and so on. So it says possibly the troglodytes.
Yeah, so possibly this is who he was identifying when he talking about it, Miru, because as he was presenting, he said that they were also called troglodytes. That's what he said. That's what he said.
Okay, hold on.
That's what you said in your presentation.
Oh.
These are
He's telling you he didn't say that.
These are E1B1B Bedouins.
Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick.
These are black Bedouins.
Because I got a picture of the
These are black. These are black Bija Bedouins right here. E1B1B. All over the Negev, all in the Levant, in small pockets, all over the place. Definitely in East Africa. All over East Africa, all over the Horn. See, you don't know EM96.
Click on that picture.
EM96 is the Afro-Asiatic geography. EM96.
Okay. Hold on, brother.
No, not that Haplogroup. Group. Never mind whoever feelings.
Okay.
Farther right.
Just 1 moment.
Never mind my feelings. Never mind your feelings.
Right there.
EM96.
Okay. Which picture do you want me to click on?
It's gonna be the
Hello?
one underneath the brother sitting in the dirt.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what does it say underneath in that caption? How does it describe those people right there? What does
It
it
says
describe those people as?
Ababda Bedouin in Wadi Gamis 1961.
Okay. Now, you mean to tell me those are the Abada people and I descend from them? Is that what you're telling me? Because this same article describes these people as that tribe of people that you're
I'm
talking
not
about coming from.
saying you descend from nobody. What I'm saying is it was
Saying that these people are the Abada
full
people that
of
you're
black,
fighting for.
it was
Those
full
are
of
Semites.
black people, and that is a remnant of those people,
Sir,
like
the
it or
first,
lump it.
sir, the
That's
first thing
E1B1B
you
black
do when
folks.
you read this article, sir, the first thing you do
Like
when you
it or
read this
lump it, man.
article, first thing it does when you read this article, it tells you the Abade or the Ababde, the Gabadai of plenty, and possibly the troglodytes of
Okay,
other classical writers
go
are
to the
nomads
Amara.
living
The
in the
Amara
area.
say that they come from Arabia
Sir,
too. Come on,
now
let's
you
go
got
to the
what the
Amara.
Amara
Let's
said.
go to the Amara too then. They're
This is
E1B1B,
horrible.
more black folks for you, telling you they came from Arabia. Come on, let's go to them.
It
Never
don't say
mind your
nothing
feelings and
about them
emotions.
being
Okay, let's go
black
to the
in the
Amara.
Amana text.
Let's go to the Amara too. Because
Okay,
these is real live human beings.
okay. What did you
Never
say? You
mind
want
a
us to go
skit.
to where?
This guy,
The
You want
Amara.
us?
The Amara of the
Amara?
Bija. The Amara of the Bija. They are
Amara.
in East Africa and they
Okay.
are in the Negev.
Okay, hold on. Bija, that's the Bija. So where do you want me to
Yeah,
go
they
now?
Bija Amara. The Amara.
Bija.
Matter of fact, the good young brother home team, he just did a whole, if you don't mind me saying, he just did a whole nice little video on the Bija. And he spoke about the Amara
Okay.
saying that they come from Arabia.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't have any entry. There's no entry for Bija Amara unless I misspelled it. But to me, you're making a lot of
I'm not
shortcuts.
making a lot of shortcuts. I don't have the skill that the brother has in presenting. You know what I mean? And I understand that. But I got sources. I got another source right here from Dr. Charles Finch. And he says some interesting things about Abraham in connection to African people.
okay,
And
let
in
me
connection
ask you
What does it have to do? What does it have to do with the Bija
Amana.
though?
because no, I'm not saying on the subject of the B job. I'm saying the brother spoke about Abraham. And I'm just
Okay. What
touching on points that he
what
touched on.
okay, what did Charles Finch said about Abraham?
This is what he said about the name of Abraham alone. One, Ab means desire or will. Two, Ra is the Egyptian sun god. Three, I am means fire or light. Four, Hem means servant. Abraham, the desire for light of Ra, is the servant or of the will of Ra. That's his
Okay.
take.
Okay.
That's his. He goes through
Okay.
many names. My
Okay.
thing is,
Okay.
brothers are trying to divide it for nothing, because at the
All right.
core, it's all the same principles. But
All
you
right.
can't escape E1B1B. You
Okay.
can't
But
escape
okay.
E1B1B.
Okay. Now this the haplogroup, he won't be all this thing. That's technical. That's very technical. That's genetics.
It is.
But if
It's,
Charles Finch made that name breakdown, then I will respectfully say this is linguistic acrobatics. Abrahamic is not a Meduneta name. The breakdown was with Meduneta words.
right.
But where did he say that? Is it a tape or is it some writing?
I got the book. I got Echoes of Old Dark Land. I got it in my hand. Themes
Oh,
from African Eden. Charles Finch III, MD.
okay.
No, hold
But
on. Hey, Shock, real
yes.
quick. Let me interject quickly
Hmm.
here. Now what he's doing is a lot of projection.
That's Charles Finch. What are
and
you
he's
talking about?
trying to
I'm
link
doing.
Armana to the Amar people or Amaru people, and he does not understand Armana. Well, Charles Finch got it wrong.
Charles Finch got it wrong. You got it right. Charles Finch got it wrong, huh?
Nah,
Okay.
how that
Well,
sound?
you,
Okay.
I will have to double check, but
Because Armana
Okay.
and the Amar people are totally two different things. It's like
Brother,
Nintendo.
brother, you said they was troglodytes, not
No,
me.
and I have
I
that
knew
on
what you, I
also,
knew
and that's not
when
what
you
he
said
said.
troglodytes, I said, "Oh, I got him," because I already knew what a troglodyte is. A troglodyte
okay,
is also a Berber.
okay. Now,
And, but you don't know what a Berber is either. I already know
I,
that because you wouldn't
I
be
would,
arguing with me if you knew what a
I,
Nothing to
Berber
I,
do with
I,
is.
that.
I,
You're miscomprehending.
I would like to ask a question. Can you hear me, brothers?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Is it Charles Finch? Is it Charles Finch who said that he deciphered the Maoretic script
Correct.
or the Nubian script? Now, has that been verified?
Nope.
But you see, Shaka,
Yes.
what's crucial,
Yes.
right, about the Merowitic script? I'm so glad you said that. What's
Hmm.
crucial about the Merowitic script is that the ancient name of Merowi was not only Merowi, it was Bedoui. Bedoui
Okay.
is the
Okay.
root
But,
of the word Bedouin.
okay. Okay. But I have just a question for you because Brother Anthony answered already. But I'm asking you now. Now, Charles Finch is claiming that he deciphered the Maoretic script. Has that been verified? I'm asking you, Asiatic black man. Has that been verified by his fellow scholars,
I
by
didn't
his
I,
peers?
I didn't even know he made that claim. But if he did, I'm highly interested in looking at what work he's done because I believe
And
it's Afro-Asiatic.
that's fine. But the only thing I'm trying to say is that if I'm not mistaken, I could double check. But back when the squad went at me, when I made that video, White Semites Black Awakening, they went at me. They made several shows, and on one of the shows, they had Charles Finch, if I'm not mistaken, and he said several things that I have highlighted. Now, I removed the video back then because I was like, okay, that's not a good look. That's going back and forth. But he made
Hmm.
some claims that were very strange. So that was just an example about him claiming to have deciphering the Maoretic script. But it's
It's
all
it,
good. I mean,
it's it's interesting that you say Marawi because the name alone Marawi was also Bedoui, and Bedoui is the root of the word Bedouin, which is the Arabic terminology for Berber. And Berber,
How you go from Meroitic script to
well,
Arabic
when you
script?
when, see,
What are you
you don't
talking
even
about?
know because you don't really be studying this stuff. I
you
study
know,
this
you
stuff.
know,
Listen, listen.
brother. Hold on, brother Asiatic black man. You mentioned in a Berber.
Right.
What is a Berber?
See, now you want to go in now.
Yeah,
Berber,
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
a Berber, according to the Egyptians, was to the west in the western desert and the eastern desert. That's according to the Egyptians. They said
So
that the Berber, but they had a glyph for it. BRBR is the glyph, according to Amelia Edwards, not me.
okay, now.
According to
Okay,
Amelia
okay,
Edwards, the glyph
okay,
for Berber is BRBR.
okay. All right. I'm going to tell you why I asked you that question because I heard you mentioning the Arabic. Now, I'm
Hmm.
not familiar with the glyph that says Berber. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying
I'll
I'm
tell
not
you what.
familiar with it.
It's a leg. It's a foot with an ovaloid. It's a foot with like an eye of Ra over it with
That's
nothing in it.
I, I have an ID. The food that's B.
Yeah,
The
it's a Berber.
mouth, the
Yeah.
oval shape that's
So
R.
so
But
I'm
I'm
on
just
point.
saying.
You know
Well,
I'm on
no,
point then,
no. Hold
Shaka.
on, hold on. I haven't seen any documents with that glyph spelling Berber. I'm
Amelia
not saying it doesn't
Edwards,
exist.
Amelia Edwards, and George Robbins Glendon is one source. Berbers on the Indian Ocean, and
Are those the primary sources?
Amelia Edwards
Hold on.
is
What is the
another
document?
source.
You just give me names of authors. I will need to know the
Yeah,
documents where
I'm
Berber
not.
is written.
Well,
But 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 just just to finish my point, when we say Berber, that's not an Arab. A
No, that's not
Berber
an
is
Arab.
all right. Okay, okay. As far as you know, that's fine.
See,
That's fine.
A Berber is not an Arab in the contemporary sense. A Berber is an Arab in the ancient sense. It's in the ancient context.
Well, okay. Well, you would need to just give us the document where Berber is written. Now, Anthony, are you aware of Berber
Bar
in
bar
Medunetta?
bar.
No, I've not. No, a lot of those where they try to say that, like when they try to mention the word Moor is mentioned in the Medunetter or Berber, those are just sensationalist claims to bring validity to a group of nomadic people that they don't
No,
know where they came from. That's
no.
all it is, man.
Berber is not a Greek terminology. Berber
I did
comes
not
from
mention Greek. Why are
no.
you talking about Greek?
Berber is from the glyph. And no, I'm just saying some people tend to go with
Why
the
did you
narrative.
mention Greek?
Let me explain, brother, because some people go with the narrative that the source of the word Berber is Greek or Roman. It has nothing to do with the Greek or Roman. It comes from
Brother, that's
the
I didn't even
glyph.
say that.
I'm not talking directly to you, brother. I'm just making a general statement. It
No,
comes
no,
from
Okay,
but
the
do you,
hold
glyph
on, Asiatic black man.
BRBR.
Hold on. We having discussion now. You know, we all talking, and it's clear we don't agree, but it's fine. The thing is this:
Right.
Medunetta is a language, you know. And if I was to say, well, in English, you have that word Berber that means so and so. We want to look it up, and you could give us a reference. Now you're saying in Medunetta that's the case, and that's why we're trying to tell you that we need the
I, s-
record. We
I-
need the record. You
brother, I
understand?
told you, Amelia Edwards.
No, no, that's an author. That's a name of a
I
person.
know,
That's
but
not.
I would have to go all into my notes. I don't have all
Well,
my
that's
notes
what.
right
But
here.
you know, I
Yeah.
go live streaming very often. You can always come back. You can always try again. But what Anthony said, indeed, many people are trying to use Kemet, are trying to telling us about some Medunetta, but if they can give us the reference for the records, then then it will be dealt with very easily, very easily. But
Yeah,
just like
Shaka.
what you know, it's like those people who talk about the Black Prophet Muhammad and all that. I actually made a live stream in
Hey,
French about that, and I give the quotes because most people don't speak Arabic. They cannot verify what he said about this term about Abiyad and Asmar and Adam and so on. And with the Medunetta, it's quite similar in the sense that many people just don't know the Medunetta. And those who
right,
don't know the Medunetta, when you will tell them that about the Berber, it will fly over their head, or they will just take it for face value.
right.
I happen to know the Medunetta a little
So,
bit. I know Anthony Harris.
you know that I told you the truth then, as far as the
No, because
description of Berber.
no, because you did not give me
How,
the record.
but I'm saying, Shaka, within reasoning, how would I know that it's a foot and an ovaloid if I don't know, in fact, that that's the word Berber? How would I
This is a
know?
sound. This is a sound. You know, there's something called homonym, and many people
Come on,
are looking
Shaka.
for words who sounds alike to try to say this is the origin of it. This, you know, one example: Sa-Ra, son of Ra. Some people will equate that with the name of I think Abraham's wife was called, wasn't she called Sarah?
Yes.
And some people would do things like that. So, like for example, Ashwa Kwezi, he said new Ankh, and that's where we get Noah's Ark from. That's linguistic acrobatics. It's not attested. And there are many things that come from Kemet, and people are trying to. Well, another example, Medu Nature. Some people say Mother Nature comes from Medu Nature. That's
Yeah.
what they are saying. No scholar says that. This is not established.
I'm sure someone said it somewhere.
Well, if you're sure, well, you can be sure that someone say that's fine. But
Right.
if you can show us the record, the actual artifact where Berber is written, we can look
I
it up.
mean, but Shaka, at some point in
Yeah.
in our studies collectively,
Hmm.
we're gonna have to break ground and be the tip of the spear and make statements and show and prove things that maybe someone has never even seen before. It's going to have to happen because we can't look to Europeans to continuously lead us in this endeavor to get our own history.
But
So we're gonna have to start looking at this stuff for ourselves. Like
you know,
brothers don't even like um I'm not trying to be funny, but brothers don't even know what Berber means. They don't know nothing about Berber.
a Berber, that's the
They,
inhabitants of North Africa. Those people, they
no,
were
that's
the
not what the
region called.
glyphs say. That's not what the glyphs say.
Yeah, you see, we're going back
It's
to the
not what the
glyph.
glyphs say.
That's fine. That's fine. But
Like
that glyph, I've yet to see it yet. You're talking about something that you cannot demonstrate.
it's because
So
I'm not tech savvy.
that's fine. But I'm
Can
saying,
you lead me to the primary source that says
You don't know
Berber
nothing
is on
about
the glyph?
the
Asiatic
journey.
black men, you have all the time. You have all the time to come up with a picture of that
It's
document
just funny,
where
man.
Berber is written. It doesn't have to be today. It can be anytime. You know how we do.
Understood, brother.
Because when I deal with, that's what I was talking about, the Arabic. I'm not a fluent Arabic speaker, but when I say to people Abyad means white and so on, I show the reference, I show the record. That's Sahih Bukhari, Sahih
Sha-
Muslim, and so on. Yeah.
Shaka, do you know Berbers ruled the 22nd dynasty? Do you know the Labu
Oh
kings of Ber?
man.
No,
Okay.
I'm just
Oh
asking.
man.
I'm not talking about no white people. What you all manning for? What your panties in a
Well,
bunch about?
well, listen,
I'm
Asiatic
talking
black
about
men,
black Berbers. What are you talking about?
Asiatic black men. I heard your
We
claim.
don't.
I heard your
It's
claim.
just we
I
don't
heard you.
know
I
this.
heard your.
We
I
don't
heard your
study
claim.
Kemet.
Asiatic black men. You know, that's amusing to me. You telling us that we don't study Kemet. Don't you think it sounds strange?
Don't you know the Berber the 22nd dynasty was Berber? Do you know that they reinstated the cult of Basset, which is the black woman,
Well,
as a
all,
deity,
all,
as
all
a
I'm
goddess?
saying, all I'm saying,
We have to
for that,
study Kemet.
all I'm saying, you're making a claim. Take your time. Ask people who are computer savvy. We just need a picture for that record that you're talking about that says Berber in the middle letter. I'm not familiar with that. You know.
Yes,
And another
understood.
thing I wanted to say, science doesn't have any color. Scholarship doesn't have any color. You understand? I agree with
Hmm.
you. We can present some things that people have never seen before if it's new. But we're talking about stuff that are not new. We're talking about stuff that scholars, archaeologists have dealt with. They've been digging and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So then it's a matter of knowing the language, and that's it. But you're telling
Hey,
me about the
Dr.
word. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
I want to add something about the 22nd dynasty and in Kemet. Now the 22nd dynasty, they were they were from an ancient Libyan tribe. Everybody knows that. Now when you're dealing with Libyans today, they would call them Berbers. But in antiquity, they didn't call themselves Berbers at all.
They were
That's just
Lebu,
what they're
right?
called
They were called the
now.
Labu. The Labu.
Lebu, yeah, Lebu, yeah, or Labu, if
Labu
you
or
will.
Rabu. Labu
No,
or Rabu.
well, probably Lebu,
Right, but they
probably
weren't
with the
called
L.
Berbers.
That were the Berbers. The Labu, the black Berbers that ruled the
Berbers is
22nd
a
dynasty.
modern word, sir. That's all. They did not call themselves Berbers. It's a modern word.
Well, listen, the 22nd it is stated, it is on the public record that the 22nd dynasty was ruled by Labu kings, Berbers. That's what the public record says. That's
No,
what
it
it
says they
says.
You
were
know,
ruled by Meshweth
No,
kings.
yeah, I know what the Mesharish is.
Right.
I know that they reinstated the cult of Basset. I know that
They
I know that
listen, that has
they
nothing to do with the
reinstated. Yes,
conversation.
it do. You don't even know
No,
it.
we're just talking
You
about
don't
the
know
fact
nothing
that you
about
said
it.
that they were. Yes, I do.
They
Yes, I do.
reinstated
They
the
stated,
cult of
sir.
Basset, the 22nd
We're
dynasty,
not. I'm not
the black
arguing about the
woman,
cult of that set.
as a deity. The Berbers
okay,
did that.
okay,
The
okay,
Labu
okay,
kings.
okay. Well, we're waiting. We're waiting for
So that
Berber and the
Berber
Medunetta, but
show us
I
that.
I I would tend to agree that Berber is a recent term. It's a modern term. It's not an ancient
It
term,
is not a it is
And
not a modern term if it's on the glyph. B
well,
R
Show us
well,
the
B
like I
evidence
said,
B
where
R
the
B
Africans
R
are.
B R
brother.
B R.
Yeah,
When you remove the vowels of Berber, it becomes BRBR. That is
fine,
ancient. That is a foot
fine,
and a leg with an
fine,
ovaloid.
fine.
That's
But
Berber.
yes, fine. But we're just waiting. We are patient. We're waiting for the glyph that says Berber, that is describing people. You know, and you remind me of Asaim Hotep back then when he used to say that there were Hebrews in Kemet, and he said that the Hebrews were Haparu. And Hebrews really, I'm not fluent in Hebrew, but that should be Iber, right? Ibrahim for the plural.
Yeah. It's
So
it, it
Hebrew,
it's
that's the
both.
English way. So
It's
we
both.
have someone who went from an English pronunciation for a word to try to tie it with a Meduneto word, a word that wasn't used like 3,000 years ago. And with the Berber, you seem to be doing the same. You seem to have the same mechanism.
Brother
Can I
Using
I want
Berber
to
yes.
break
is
this. I want
ancient.
to break down the word Berber right
It's
quick.
ancient,
Let me read it,
Shaka.
Shaka.
Okay, go ahead,
Ancient.
Shaka,
brother
let
Anthony.
me
Go
read
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
Now, Berber is an ethnonym, right? It dates to the 19th century, derived from Barbary, the term for
Man,
the
that's a
Maghreb
lie. You
coast.
reading the white man stuff.
Okay,
It's
but
from the
but
glyph.
but
Now it's the
how
white
how
man.
how,
It's from the
how about
glyph.
okay, let
Come
let him
on,
just
man. Get out of here with
finish.
that cracker
Oh, come on.
information.
But hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, so the word Berber is an ethnonym. It dates to the 19th century. It's derived from the word Barbary, the term for the Maghreb coast used during the early modern period. Itself from Greek barbaria, land of the barbarians. The contemporary self-designation currently mostly in Morocco is the Imazighin or Amazighi. So it's a current, like I said, it's a modern word.
Man, that's crap.
And well, you
That's
can say that's
that's
crap.
that's
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 fine.
garbage. Berber comes from the glyph, Shaka.
All you
That's
I
gotta
what
do
put
is
my
show us
I
Berber on
put
the
I
glyph.
put
And
I
it'll show
put my
up.
life on it. It comes from the glyph.
I wouldn't put your life. I wouldn't put my
I
life on
put
it
my
if I was
man.
you.
I
But
put my life on it. Berber
well,
come from the
well,
glyph, brother.
bro,
He don't know.
it's
He don't know what he talking about. It just shows that brothers don't study. Berber is a foot and a leg with an ovaloid over it.
What temple
okay.
That's
is it
what the
in?
name Berber is.
Fine,
That's where it comes. It
fine.
comes from a glyph. I keep telling you, Emilia Edwards.
Okay,
Amelia
BRBR.
Edwards
I
is
keep
not the
telling you,
temple.
Emilia
okay,
Edwards
okay.
and George
All right.
Robbins
Okay, okay.
Glendon. Get out of here
Okay.
with that white man information, man. Trying to
Yeah,
pass it off to the
hold
people.
on, hold on. Now we heard you. You can repeat it 10 times. We still heard you the first time.
Yeah, man.
We're
Cause
waiting.
this
We're
stuff
just
is
waiting for you to demonstrate Berber written in the glyph, and that is denoting a population.
Hold on. Shaka, let me
Yes,
interrupt
yes,
you for 1 second. Now he
okay,
yes.
just
brother.
accused me of reading a white man's book, right? But Amelia Edwards is a white woman.
Yeah, she telling you what, bro.
That's crazy.
She reading Berber straight off of the stone though. She reading
But
BRBR straight off the
Wait a minute.
stone.
She's white. You
She an
can't use her.
Egyptologist. Cause you coming with that weak white man information. At least I got a strong. At least I got a strong
Hold
white
on. Right
girl
now
that's
you're
reading
hurting me.
from the stone. You coming with some cracker that just fell off the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. Get that crap out of here, man.
okay, okay. Well,
That
we are
stuff is wiki
patiently
talking, man.
we are patiently waiting whenever
Look,
you are ready to
brother
show
Shaka,
us.
you
Yes,
know I'm not skilled in tech savvy and
Here she
all of
is
that,
right here.
man.
bro. You have
Amelia
That's
Edwards.
Amelia Edwards right there. Yes, sir.
yes,
That's her.
but the things
That's
that
her.
you see, understand, brother.
BRBR come from the glyph. Berber come from the glyph. We got to get this
Okay,
established. We
okay,
got
all
to
right,
get this clear.
okay, all right, okay.
It
I
come
agree.
from the glyph.
Wait. I agree. We have to
It don't
establish
come
that.
from no Roman, Shaka.
Can I speak?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We have to establish that. You have all the time in the world. You can ask people to help you, and when you are ready, then you will present Berber written in the glyph. And there's another thing I want to say regarding the definition that the brother Anthony read with Berber, and there was a term Amazigh. Amazigh, that's a name for the Berbers. That's a name that they will use to describe themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. But let me tell this to the brothers and sisters. If anybody wants to join the conversation, I'm sharing the link so that people can hold on.
Yeah, beloved, you shortchanging the people with that definition, man. Berber come from the glyph, black man.
But
When
it's
you
all
Berber
good.
come from the
find that
glyph,
glyph,
brother.
we'll be
Bro,
quiet.
It do,
bro,
man. Berber
brother.
come from the glyph, man.
Yes, but hold on. It's fine. You have the right to disagree.
Don't pass that
May,
off to nobody, man.
okay, you have the right to disagree.
That's
Maybe
weak
I'm wrong.
scholarship.
You
No,
have the
I'm not
right to
talking
say
to
that.
you, Shaka. I'm talking to the brother.
But
That's weak
well, yeah,
scholarship,
but
man.
I think you're being harsh unjustifiably
You know
because
what? You know what? You right. For my apologies, you right.
no, what? But that's fine. That's all good because see, the brother he kept his cool, and I appreciate that. I thank him for that. But you have the right to disagree. Maybe we are wrong, and you can just make a demonstration the next time. That's fine. But you keep
Yes.
on repeating it. I don't think it will help at this point.
No.
Yes,
Yeah, I just wanted to know. My position is firm on that. I put my life on it. Berber come from the glyph, man. And
that's fine.
I presented one time.
That, that, that-
God
that's
willing, if we cross paths again, I'll present it to you. I'm gonna make sure I have it up and
and
available.
and we will take it from there. We will take it
Right.
from there. It's not a problem. But the thing that you've been saying, I'm a bit surprised though that you said that white people scholarship stuff like that. Really,
Only because
um,
it was so weak, Shaka.
yeah.
It
But then
wasn't
again,
even the
you
good.
you
It
you
wasn't even
provided
the.
a
It
what
wasn't
you
even the good way. It
yeah,
wasn't
okay,
even the
well,
ones who look at the stone. You know.
but then again, the brother just showed that you had some white souls too. So it's a
True.
double standard. But once again, I want to tell this to the brothers and sisters listening. And it reminds me of the Medunetta decipherment debate. A lot of people to this day still say that white people could not have deciphered the Medunetta and so on. And once again, scholarship doesn't have any color. It's not an issue of ethnicity for scholarship.
Right.
And I wish that black people worldwide will not have this mentality. I just wish because for a person who studied a particular field for years until he had degree up to the way of PhD where he has to defend a thesis, and when it comes to um, Egyptology, I read in the program that there's some digging that they have to do, some excavation or at least digging, but it's more or less the same thing. So those people went on the field doing some work, digging, translating. But then we have some people who never studied the Medunetta, who never studied Egypt, but they want to invalidate those people who spent years of study, sometimes even a decade of study. And I think it's definitely unfair. Like, Anthony Harris earlier, he mentioned Reketi Amen. And there's that brother, and people can hear him. Now, I will let people know where they can hear him. I will share my screen, as a matter of fact, so people can see that. Now, let me share my screen. Share the screen. Okay, fine. So that's my website. Now, bottom there, it says Medunet, the origin of Greek and Latin alphabet. That's the link there. Now, the first chart there, that's from Anthony Browder's book. Second chart is from Walter Williams' book, who greatly disagree with because he says that the Medunetta has not been deciphered. He's one of the first black person to say that. And he said that 20 years ago, like in 1992, if I'm not mistaken. And underneath there, I put a disclaimer. I put a disclaimer for the record. Walter Williams' previous claim that hieroglyphic had never been deciphered. Walter Williams, Medinet never been deciphered, part 2, and Dr. Williams in error for 20 years straight. So those are 3 YouTube links, and everybody's free to listen to them. And you will hear a brother, when I brought up Reketi Amen, he kept saying, but where did she study? The Institute of Chicago. Basically, he was trying to imply that she was taught by Europeans, by white people, therefore that she's not accurate. And I really think that's unfair. So basically, it means that even myself, if for whatever reason I decide to study Egyptology and get my degree, and even continue, because once again, in France, to be an Egyptologist, you don't have to have a PhD. And I'm pretty sure it's the same in America. So some people had their degree of Egyptology, and then they went further up to the PhD. It means that if I was to go that route, earn my degree in Egyptology, and ended up with a doctorate degree, we have some people who would just say that I'm wrong because I was taught by some Caucasian. But that was just for the record. Maybe I was too long-winded.
I wanna ask a question. I don't wanna ask any more questions. Well, less I do. The book by Amelia Edwards. What was the name of that book, if you don't mind me asking, Asiatic Black Man?
I think I got it off a PDF, or I may have just got it off. I'm not sure which site it was on. It might have been on the PDF. I got it in my notes though.
You got the name of the book?
No, I don't have the name of it. All you have to do is probably Google Amelia Edwards and BRBR or Berbers, and it'll probably come right up under that. Amelia Edwards. And
okay.
It might come up to. No, I'm talking about like some of her more like a PDF or Brill. I forgot which site I had got it from, but I got it written down in my notes.
Brother,
I'm not just talking about the wiki article.
You no, that's fine. But you are ready to put your life on the line, and you don't even know the book,
brother.
Pseudo.
I know what it is. See, now you want to try to be, man. I ain't got time to play no games, man. I ain't playing no games. Now, and you're exactly right. I put my life on it. It's in the glyph. It's in the glyph.
Okay, that's fine. Once again, brother, let me just say this for everybody. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Yeah, let me just say this to everybody. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for being there. I see African Science, Kexia. Please, brothers and sisters, don't forget to put some thumbs up. Also, King Shadi Radi is in the place. It's been a while. I didn't see you. Don't forget to put some thumbs up. And if you want to join the conversation, then feel free. I've shared the link, and I will actually share it again. So feel free. We've been live streaming for a good close to 3 hours now. But if people want to come and say their piece, then I'm still available. So join the invite link.
Oh man. Okay. So I don't have the name. I don't have the name of the book, but if you can come, if you could drop the information, anytime, let me know so I can get that.
And for the record, I want to say also, because Kexa wrote it earlier in the chat, that Kexa wants to come on, let's be diplomatic, sister. Let's be serious. I'm not gonna read that comment, but feel free to join. Some of you have been following me for a while. I never got to spoke to you, so feel free. And earlier Kexa wrote that Asai Hotep also used to say that Allah is in the Egyptian text. Indeed, he used to say that. Now I don't know if he still says that, but you see, that's very simple. Everybody can say anything, but showing and proving, substantiating, that's something else. That's something else. And we as a people will get some clarity. We definitely will. And people don't have to know the Medinetta in order to establish if that is correct or not, because there are so many dictionaries. So a lot of people have done the work already. So it will not be difficult. It will
Yeah,
not be difficult.
they know that no R, it was no R in well, no L was in Kemet. So the thinking is that the La is the Ra, but we see the EI or the IAH in the earliest dynasties, which was represented by a lunar deity. It had lunar aspects to it. I won't say a lunar deity, but in the earliest dynasties, we see IAHLAHAH, and it all was referencing to a lunar aspect of one of the earlier deities. And then when we see Ra, they just saying that in that at that time frame they didn't have the L down there, so it was Ra, you know, which would be
Uh,
solar and lunar.
Nah, pseudo.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Now,
I'm I'm just
are
telling
you
you
saying
the reasoning with the language. It was no L in Kemet. It was no L. The L
but
was in the Levant.
regarding what you just said,
Hmm.
um, for someone to say that Ra is in the Egyptian text, now the language of the Egyptian text, obviously, that's Medunetta.
Yeah,
Now, the Arabic was not even in existence.
right.
And the oldest Arabic inscription, I was actually trying to upload the video today, but it wasn't working. But I've shown
Afro-Asiatic
the,
Afro-Asiatic was in existence though.
but Afro-Asiatic is not a language; it's a language family. So nobody
Right.
speaks Afro-Asiatic. But the things that you're
Well,
talking about,
they say that the Metu Neter is Afro-Asiatic. It's
they're saying
classified
It's a
with
language
the
it's
family.
classified with the Afro-Asiatic language family.
It's a language
family,
family.
family, and there's
Yeah.
also another
So
name.
it's
Do
But
you know who
Afro-Asiatic.
coined the term Afro-Asiatic?
but what was the question? Sorry.
That
The
Metu
man who
Neter is
Uh,
coined the term
Afro-Asiatic.
Afro-Asiatic. Do you know who coined that?
Yeah.
Who
who is it?
coined it?
Brother, you think I don't know who Joseph Greenberg is?
Okay, so therefore,
Okay,
if he wasn't alive
okay,
then, the Egyptians
okay,
don't speak Afro-Asiatic. You don't have to project that as it's a fact.
okay. Yeah.
But Arabic was not even in existence. The oldest Arabic inscription is from 328 AD. It was not even in Arabic script. It was in Nabatean script. It doesn't mean that people were not speaking Arabic prior to that, but in
Hmm.
terms of attestation, that's 328 AD. Now, you mentioned a lunar deity
Yes.
for Allah.
IAH.
Fine, but Ra is a
AAH.
solar deity. So for
Right.
one to claim that Allah is in the Egyptian text, Allah being the lunar deity, but Ra is a solar deity, it doesn't even add up. It
Well,
doesn't even add up at all.
my reasoning would be that that the deity, that if it's the all in all, the one and only, he would have solar and lunar aspects. Like in Islam, you have sun, moon, and stars.
That's fine, but that's
That's
your
the
reasoning.
flag.
Yeah, but that's your reasoning.
It
But
makes
we're
good
talking.
sense. It makes good sense to me.
It makes good sense to you, yes, indeed. But
Yeah.
you see, history is not a matter of that thing makes good sense to me, so that's what it is. It's not what you know; it's what you can prove. That's what they say, right?
IAH
Because
is there. AAH is there in the earliest dynasties.
IAH, yeah,
Yeah.
that's in Medunetta. That's for the moon,
Yeah.
but that's not Allah.
AAH has a deity too.
Mm,
It's there.
Okay,
okay.
so basically,
It's
okay, all right. So
it's
so in summary,
it's a
you are saying
deity with lunar aspects there in the earliest dynasties. Kashti, Deninkwa, Ivy Hor, in them early dynasties. It's
okay,
there.
so basically you're saying that Allah is Yah, the moon god, basically.
I'm saying that that is an attribute of Allah.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Aren't
So
there
is Allah
99
an
attributes of
attribute of
Allah?
Ra?
I'm saying Ra is an attribute of Allah.
There are 99 attributes of Allah, right?
Yeah,
And the moon is one of them.
yeah.
So what's the name in Arabic?
What's the name in Arabic?
Yes.
Uh, I don't know this. I don't know the specific name. I'm thinking with well, the moon. See, that's real complicated right there. You know what I mean? Because then I'm gonna have to look at the Quran and look at the number 19. You know, that got something that's complicated. You know, to really explain. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I can help you. I'm giving you a link to the 99 names of Allah.
Right,
If you can see the moon there, I'm interested.
right, right,
Nice.
right.
Oh, you know what? There's a meaning. So if I do a quick search, moon, zero answer. Zero answer for the moon.
Well, Shaka, we know the sun, moon, and stars is on the universal flag. You know, so I
The universal,
mean, we
which
we
using
we
which universal flag?
the flag of Islam, the Star and Crescent. It's the sun, moon, and star.
Which flag? Which flag?
Huh?
Which flag is it?
Uh, you could go with the Muslim flag. What you mean?
Uh, that I don't know what the Muslim flag is.
Sun, moon, and stars. You never seen the Nation of Islam flag?
Okay, so the Nation of Islam flag. That's what you want us to
Yeah.
look at. Okay, all right.
No, I'm not saying
Nation
that's
of
what I want you to
Islam.
look at, but I'm saying it's the sun, moon, and stars. Man, woman. It's man, woman, and child.
That's called an
It's
interpretation.
lunar. It's lunar and solar,
That's
and
called an
the child is the
interpretation, bro.
star. Yeah, I understand
Okay.
what you're saying, but you know that's how I'm taught.
Okay.
You know, that's first and foremost the sun, moon, and stars. That's the black family, black man, woman, and child. You know, that's like basic for me. Excuse me.
Brother Asiatic black man. When I listen to you, it's a demonstration of our people into the Abrahamic belief system and who are so deep into it and don't want to look further than that, but yet we want to lean on a few things outside of it only to validate the primary belief system.
Mm.
So when you make your claims, I don't necessarily agree with them, but it's good for people to hear that, and also to be able to hear some different point of view of disagreement.
I mean, Shaka, the Bija are there. They are telling you, they are telling us, according to their oral tradition, that they came from Arabia. That some of them came from Arabia. They are black. They are E1B. They match the
You, you
E1B1B.
know,
They match
you
the
know,
description. Why should
you know,
we
bro,
tell our people that they're lying?
you
What
know,
happened
brother,
to all of the Natufians? What happened
you
to
know,
all of
bro,
the Kushites?
brother. When you said the Bija say that they come from Arabia,
Did they
they can.
evaporate?
I just want to say that's what they are saying, because today you have some black people, and Sheikh Anta Diop wrote about that. He wrote about some people who are making acrobatics to tie their lineage to the Prophet Muhammad. You have some people in Africa, Senegal, notably Mali also,
Mhm.
they are making acrobatics with the genealogy so that it can go back all the way to Prophet Muhammad. And we know it's not true.
Some of it is true though.
What is true?
Some of it is true that some of those people came from the east. There are multiple migrations
But
that came from
uh,
East
I'm, what I'm
Africa
trying to
out
say,
of Arabia and all the way to West Africa. How did
what I'm trying to
BO?
say, what
How
I'm
did
trying to say is
BO
coming.
get in West Africa?
What I'm trying to say is that coming from the east doesn't have anything to do with being a descendant of Prophet Muhammad.
If the blood been came, the blood been came over here. It ain't about Muhammad. It's about it's eponymous in that sense. Our people been going when we look at the Sahel, before the Sahel dried up, all of that was full of black people in the Sahel. It was a black belt stretching from East Africa to West Africa. That's why in the port of Somalia it's called Barbara. Barbara
Bro,
is an
bro,
ancient name in
bro, you see,
Somalia. That's Berber in
that's
Somalia.
it. That's interesting. But you're making a statement that many people make, and that statement is that originally It was black people on the planet Earth.
Yeah, facts.
But we cannot go from that to black people were everywhere at any time.
No,
We have to. There's a chronology.
yeah. When I say the Sahel dried up, I'm talking about prior to 4000 BC to 4000 BC. 4000 BC, the Sahel was green. After
Fine,
that period, the
fine.
Sahel started to dry up, which
That
caused massive migration. Some people
that's
went
fine.
south, some people went west, some people went east, or whichever way they went. But that blood from the east and the west has been intermingled. So when people are
Okay,
saying that they came from the east, they're not lying. A lot of them
okay,
is not lying
okay. Well, how do you know they're not lying?
because the DNA tells us so. DO is it pops up in
Okay,
West
okay,
Africa.
Well, when
okay,
you make
DO,
okay.
that means that CT.
let me stop him right
That
there real
means
quick.
that
When
CT
you
was
make
in
a
West
when you
Africa.
hold on real quick, when you make that assumption, when they say the
What
east,
assumption?
when they say the east, that doesn't necessarily mean anywhere in Syria, Palestine, or the Middle
Yeah,
East.
Brother,
yeah.
you just said E1B1B was
No,
all
I
in
didn't
the
mention
truth.
east,
You
sir.
just said that.
Well, listen to what I'm just saying here. When you hear many tribes in Africa say we come from the east, that's all they say. They don't say the Middle East.
So
That's
what do we
something
do
that
with
we do to validate our when I used to say that a lot. That mean Israel. That
so
mean the
what do
Middle
we
East.
do? What do we
To
do with the
validate
Dugawa?
our
What do we
belief
do with
in
the
East.
Dugawa Kings?
Hold
What
on, slow down. Take a
the
deep breath,
Dugawa Kings list? The
brother.
Dugawa Kings list.
Well, no,
They
no, no,
say
no,
that
no,
they
no,
come
no,
from the
no, no, no.
east. The
You don't listen to
Dugawa.
me for a minute.
They got a
That's
Kings
just something
list
we do to try
that
to
comes from
validate these
Arabia.
Asiatic beliefs, man. That's
That's
all we
what the
say. But
Okay,
Dugawa.
okay,
it doesn't say
okay.
that.
All right.
Oh,
Okay,
everybody made it
let
up.
me just. Okay, okay, okay.
Everybody made it
Let me.
up.
Okay. Let me just
They made
introduce the
up a whole
sister.
Kings list. Shaka.
Okay.
Oh,
Let me just let me
come on.
introduce the. Let me just introduce Sister Kexia. She has joined us. So, uh, Sister Kexia, welcome.
Thank you. I was just coming on to laugh. That's all.
Peace, sis. How are you?
I'm
Peace,
doing well.
peace,
How are y'all?
peace, peace, sis.
I didn't want to say nothing. I was just coming on to laugh. That's really it.
All right.
Yeah, but
So
when we
laugh. So do me a favor, sis. Every time you hear something pseudo, please just laugh, okay?
Exactly.
what do we do with the Dugawa Kings list with our people off the coast of Lake Chad, Canaan Burnu, the Dugawa Kings list, the Safuwa and Canaan Burnu, and they have a Kings list that goes back to they say Hammurabi, Abraham,
There you
Sargon.
go.
They
There you go with that Abraham. All that
listen.
stuff.
No, don't say there I go. That's their Kings list. That's the thing.
Show me a king's list
That's their
that
Kings.
got Abraham in it.
The Dugawa.
Show me a king's list that got
I'm
Abraham in it.
listen. I'm telling you, the Dugawa Kings list
The
off the
Dugawa
our black
king's list.
black people off the
How do I
coast
spell
of Lake
that?
Chad, off the coast of Lake Chad, Canaan Burnu. They say that's on their Kings list. Now, if we're gonna tell
They
all our
say it's
people
on there.
that they lying, no, that's their
How do I
Kings
spell
list.
Dugiwa? How do I spell it?
Dug Dugu UWA. I think.
Let's go to Dugawa King's list here.
But some people in
All of
Ethiopia
our people
claim
ain't
to be
lying,
descendant.
man.
Well, you can call it lying or you can call it believing. You see, I mean, the
So the House of lying too?
Christians. I'm just trying to say
The
the
House of they
Christians believe.
lying?
Listen, I'm just trying to say the Christians believe. The Christians believe that is it Jonas? Jonas spent like what 3 days or something? Was it three?
That's
How long was it?
allegory.
Yeah, 3 days in the belly of
That's
the whale.
allegory. That's
Okay,
allegory.
yeah, but hold on. That's fine. You can say that's allegory, just like I can
Yeah,
say that the King's List is allegory. But if you ask a Christian, I guarantee you they will not tell you it's allegory. You're saying it's allegory, but as far as their belief goes,
right.
that's what
Hey,
happened.
real quick, if you want,
Yes.
I got a presentation on Abraham to show you that story fake too, that I can produce right now.
we could just have a discussion. You gonna win with the presentation because you
Oh
got
yes,
all your
I will. Once
sides
I
and
show
all
you
of
where they
that.
got all
I
that
know you.
nonsense from.
It's gonna appear that you're winning because you got pictures. You know what I
No,
mean? And
because I
that's
got
how people
information.
reinforce idea with pictures. But half of the
No,
pictures you showed the paint was scraped off because that's white people trying to write themselves into being who they not.
no, those pictures I showed were
Man,
nothing
many of
but
them pictures,
mixed Semites.
the
That's
stuff
all
was
they were.
scraped off. No, you didn't even know Berbers ruled the 22nd dynasty.
Brother,
You didn't even
Berbers
know
did
that.
not
You
rule. Berbers
you
Yes,
did not rule the
you don't even know what a
22nd
Berber
dynasty.
is,
okay, okay,
man.
okay. Well, Asiatic black man with the Berber.
You don't even know what
I
a
think
Berber
yeah,
is.
yeah. But hold on,
You don't.
we fine. That's what you're saying, but we're waiting
So
for that glyph because at the end of the day, um, those were Libyans. They didn't call themselves Berbers. If they did, then you can show that to us. You understand? But what I was trying to say is that
that's what the public
some,
information say.
well, maybe, but you can show that to us. We can all learn. What I was trying to say is that some people in Somalia, I'm sorry, in Ethiopia, believe that they are descendants of the Queen of Sheba. Well, more specifically, Haile Selassie. Some
Yeah.
believe that he is a well, descendant of not the offspring, a descendant of the Queen of Sheba and
Mm-hmm.
Solomon.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? So some people might call it line, some people might call it a belief, some people might call it a myth. And
No.
for those who want to call it a fact, then they just need to establish that and demonstrate that. Now,
Mm-hmm.
as for the people who have a king list going all the way to Abraham,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, in assuming that they do have indeed that king list, the Duguwa king list, and it shows that they go from Abraham. Is Abraham even attested in history?
Right.
I'm sorry?
Obviously, to some he is. To some he may not be. To some he is. But
But well,
when I look at that, I look at upon. I'm talking about eponymous ancestors. I'm looking at geography. I'm looking at a group. I'm not just looking for no. I'm not just looking for no one individual. You know what I mean? So I don't approach it like that. I know what an eponymous ancestor is and how it points you in a direction or gives you a geography. You know what I mean? So that's how I see it. I know it's pointing us
all right,
to geography.
all right. Now, brother Anthony, you want to share that presentation about Abraham?
Sure,
Yeah,
I would
Shaka.
love to.
Of course, it's going to make him look stronger, and I know you biased to it, and I don't have it, I don't know how to do it right now, but he don't even know what a Berber is. He don't know what
It's a
bijaz
But
are.
modern
He don't
day
know
but
none of that.
word.
He
It's
don't
a
know
modern
none of
day
that.
word used to
but
describe a
Berber
painter.
is not a modern day
but
word. Again,
hold
you
on,
don't know what you're talking
hold on,
about.
hold on. But
You don't.
brother Asiatic black man now,
You don't have no idea what you're talking about.
okay, okay. But what I'm trying to say is, maybe there's some misunderstanding when I ask him if he wants to to make a presentation about the Abraham. It's not as if he's in competition towards you. That's for the listening
Yeah,
audience.
understood. You
All
correct.
right.
You right. It's your
Yeah,
platform. That's right.
it's not against you. I mean,
No question.
I know your belief, and
No
you
question.
more or less know mine. And from the time we came across, we knew we disagree, but it doesn't stop us from having a conversation. But there's the people who are online now, and there's people who will see the video later on. So
You're correct, Shaka.
yeah. So well, brother Anthony, whenever you're ready, then feel free.
Okay, let's get this loaded up.
All right.
I
Hold on,
think
let me get my
Abraham.
popcorn. Let me get my popcorn. So
I think Abraham was a Berber.
And she is correct because when you look at Bahrain, that's where Barbar comes from. Barbar comes from Bahrain. The Phoenicians,
Where are you
the,
getting all this
the,
I
information
thought
from,
Baba
man?
came from Egypt, like you were saying, or
no,
something in
no,
the
sister,
writing.
no, sister. I'm talking about Barbar. Berber is Egyptian from the glyph, but it also related to Barbar,
Glyph.
Bahrain. Bahrain
What
is off
cliff?
of the Bahrain is off the coast of the eastern coast of
I
Arabia.
know
That's where
Bahrain is.
Bahrain is
Yeah.
at.
But
So
But
it
but
since
also
all,
means
all
that.
of that was
Okay.
black, all of that area was black. The whole Middle East was black.
He wants us to come from the desert. That's pretty much
I don't
what
want
it,
us to come from the desert, brother. Listen. I'm just saying it's a piece of our history that is being ignored. I'm not saying it's the only piece. I'm
okay.
saying it's a piece.
Okay, now let me ask you a question, brother Asiatic black man. While Anthony is getting ready, you said the whole Middle East was black. Until when was the whole Middle East black?
See, Shaka, that's why we got to familiarize ourselves with Kushadwapa. Obviously, we already have the evidence of the Natufians. The Natufians were dead straight up black in the Levant. That's a
Okay,
fact.
okay, now
The
until when?
Kushites, the
Until
Kushites, we know that at some time, well, apparently, according to the Amrana letters, that was the time around 1350 BC was the time where they really started coming down and invading Imiru and Canaan. Just like Egypt was black at one time, Arabia is the same way. That's all I'm saying.
that's
I'm
what
not
Abrahamic
saying
believes.
that one
Brother,
is better
did you
than the
understand?
other.
Did you understand my question? Did you understand my question though?
Go ahead. What's your question again, brother?
Did you understand it though?
No, go
The,
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
question, okay, the question is, since you said that the whole Middle East was black, until
Mhm.
when was the whole Middle East black? When was it no longer black?
About 6,000 years ago. That's when the
wow.
intermingling started. But
Okay, okay,
it's a complicated. It's because Arabia is an area of confluence. We're looking at a peninsula that is surrounded by water on almost every side of it. So we can imagine the commerce that was going on there. You know what I mean? There was a lot of confluence going on there. At one time, it was black confluence. You had the Horn of Africa, you had the
I'm
blacks that were
ready.
in Arabia, all of them intermingling. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's an area of confluence.
okay.
Okay.
Now, just before Anthony starts, now you said until 6,000 years ago, right? So that's 4,000 BC. So in 4,000 BC, the Middle East was no longer black. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying until 4000 BC. What I'm saying is, I just go with the Amrana letters. I just go
Okay.
with the
Thank,
Amrana letters.
thank,
That's
thank,
she wrote
thank.
it in stone. When the Europeans came down, the murderers from the steeps came out of the steppes of Europe and started attacking right about 1350. I'll leave it at that. Because if we go into Arabia, it's going to become, y'all ain't going to be, y'all going to be on some other stuff.
Okay, but so basically you're saying from 1300 BC, the white
1350.
people. Okay, fine. 1350,
That's
white
what she
people
said.
invade. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's what Nen Mames said in stone.
But do you believe that though?
Cuneiform.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
It's written in stone, cuneiform script, Akkadian language.
Because my thing is that if white people invaded in 1350 BC, so that means that from 1350 BC, you no longer have black people in the Middle East.
No, I
That's
didn't
where.
say you no longer. If they start invading, that don't mean everybody just got out. It just mean a lot of interbreeding and a lot of intermixing, just like we see
Really?
began. A lot of
So
So
that's where you get
interbreeding,
Semites
a lot
from.
of intermixing began.
so that's where we get the Semites from. Is that it?
Yeah, we do get the term Semite from that, but everybody wasn't Semites.
Okay.
It's a
Okay. Now,
difference between a
now
Semite and an Afro-Asiatic. It's a
what,
difference
what
between a Semite and an Asiatic.
what does Semite mean?
Man, according to Adolf Hitler, he said in a Time Life book called The Nazi, Adolf Hitler said that the Negro was the true Jew, the
Oh boy.
Asiatic.
Oh
That's
Lord
what
have mercy.
listen, that's what Adolf Hitler said.
Right. But
Lord.
what does Semite mean?
Take that up with Adolf Hitler,
Yeah.
brother, not you, Shaka, the other
No, that's
guy.
fine. That's fine. That's
Take that
fine.
up
But
with Adolf Hitler.
that's fine. But what does Semite mean?
Semite means half or mixed.
Okay. Now, what's her name? The ISIS paper. Francis Cress Westing She wrote that in her book, the ISIS paper.
Hmm.
And back when I had the book section on my website that I no longer have, I did put a disclaimer saying that Semite doesn't mean half. Semite comes from Shem.
Hmm.
Describe it probably. It never Semite never meant half. Semi
You're correct.
means half, not Semite. But that's for the record. Now, Anthony Harris, since you're ready, feel free.
Right. Can everybody see the screen
Oh,
share?
okay. Hold on. Let me put the screen. Yeah, here's the screen.
Mhm.
So, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, we can see your screen with some Indian type
Okay.
of
So
individual.
before I get this started, I want to let everybody know if you're an Israelite and you're watching this, huge amounts of salt will be given. Please put your chest plate on and throw your feelings away. Look deeper into these things. Believe nothing I say. I'm going to present to you all that Abraham's story is a forgery of Brahmin myths. So, as you can see, this is Brahma. Brahma. Brahma is the father. Ab. 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 Brahma. This is where you get Abraham from. Brahma had a wife. Let's go forward. Uh-oh. Let's go forward here. Something's going on here. Let me see. Brahma had a wife named Saravati. Saravati. Saravati is Brahma's wife. Abba, Brahma, Abraham. Saravati was the wife of Brahma. Let's get this work. In the history of the Jews, the Jewish scholar and theologian Flavius Josephus wrote that the Greek philosopher Aristotle had said, quote, "These Jews are derived from the Indian philosophers. They are named by the Indians Kalani." Clericus of Sali wrote, quote, "The Jews descend from the philosophers of India. The philosophers are called in India the Kalanians, and in Syria Jews. The name of their capital was very difficult to pronounce. It is called Jerusalem." Now, Megasthenes, can't pronounce it, please forgive me, who was sent to India by Seleucus Nicator about 300 years before Christ, and whose accounts from new inquiries are every day acquiring additional credit, says that the Jews were an Indian tribe called the Kalani. This is also found in the book by Sir Godfrey Higgins, volume 1, page 400. Now, Martin Haig, PhD, wrote in The Sacred Language, Writings, and Religions of the Parsis. The Magi are said to have called their religion Kishi Ibrahim. They trace their religious books to Abraham, who is believed to have brought them from heaven. There are certain striking similarities between the Hindu god Brahma and his consort Sarasvati, and the Jewish Abraham and Sarai, and that are more than mere coincidences. Although in all of India there is only one temple dedicated to Brahma, this cult is the third highest Hindu sect. Now, in the book Moises, I can't. I know Shaka can pronounce that better than me. That's French. All right. In his, excuse me, that's Spanish. In his book Moises los Extraterrestres, Mexican author Tomas Dorsetti states, Voltaire was of the opinion that Abraham descended from some of the numerous Brahmin priests who left India to spread their teachings throughout the world. And in support of his thesis, he presented the following elements: the similarity of the names and the fact that the city of Ur, land of the patriarchs, was near the border of Persia, the road to India, where that Brahmin had been born. The name of Brahma was highly respected in India, and his influence spread throughout Persia as far as the lands bathed by the rivers Euphrates and Tigris. The Persians adopted Brahma and made him their own. Later, they would say that God arrived from Bactria, a mountainous region situated midway on the road to India. Bactria, a region of ancient Afghanistan, was the locality of a prototypical nation called Jehuda or Jaguda, also called Jaguda. Meant place or town. Therefore, the Bible was correct in stating that Abraham came from of the Chaldeans. Chaldean, more correctly, Kaul Deva, was the name of a specific ethnicity, but the title of the ancient Hindu Brahmin. I can't say that word. It tickles when it comes off. Brahminical priestly caste who lived in what are now Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the Indian state of Kashmir. The land of Laud or Brahmin or Abraham, where you get Brahmin, was expelled. Let me repeat that. The tribe of Jaud or the Brahmin Abraham was expelled from or left Maturia of the kingdom of Uide, an Indian, and settling in Goshen or the house of the sun or Heliopolis in Egypt, gave it the name of the place which they had left in India. This is in Sir Godfrey Higgins' books, Anacalypsis, Volume 1, page 405. He was of the region or the sect of Persia and of Melchizedek. Volume 1, page 364. Once again, same book. The Persians are also claim Ibrahim, i.e. Abraham, for their founder, as well as the Jews. So you guys were captive there. This is where all this comes from. Thus, we see that according to all ancient history, the Persians, the Jews, and the Arabians are descendants of Abraham. We are told that Terah, the father of Abraham, originally came from the eastern country called of the Chaldeans or Chaldees, to dwell in a district called Mesopotamia. Sometimes after he had dwelt there, Abraham or Abram or Brahma and his wife Sarah or Sarai or Sarah Iswati left their father's family and came into Canaan. The identity of Abraham and Sarah with Brahma and Sarai Swati was first pointed out by the Jesuit missionaries. This is in Sir Godfrey Higgins' book, Anacalypsis, Volume 1, page 387. Let's bang. Now, in the Hindu mythology, Sarai Savati or Saravati is Abraham's sister. Let's break this down again. In Hindu mythology, Saravati is Brahma's sister. The Bible gives two stories of Abraham. In this first version, Abraham told the Pharaoh that he was lying when he introduced Sarah as his sister. In the second version, he also told the king of Gerar that Sarah was really his sister. However, when the king scolded him for lying, Abraham said that Sarah was in reality both his wife and his sister. And yet, indeed, she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. This is Genesis chapter 20, verse 12. But the anomalies don't end here. In India, a tributary of the river Sarasvati is Gahagar. Pause, I want to read that again. But the anomalies don't end here. In India, a tributary of the river Sarasvati is Gahagar. Uh-oh. 1 second. Hello? Hello? No, thank you, sir. Okay, sorry about the mishap, guys. But I'm going to repeat this again. But the anomalies don't end here. In India, a tributary of the river Sarasvati is the Gahagar. Another tributary of the same river is Hakra. According to Jewish traditions, Hagar was Sarah's maidservant. The Muslims say she was an Egyptian princess. Notice the similarities of Hagar, Hakra, and Hagar. Go look up the Hagar River in the Euphrates right now. Let's keep going. The Bible also states that Ishmael, son of Hagar, and his descendants lived in India. Ishmael breathed his last and died and was gathered to his kin. They dwelt from Havalia, which is India, by Shur, which is close to Egypt, all the way to Ashur. Genesis 25, 17 through 18. It is an interesting fact that the names of Isaac and Ishmael are derived from Sanskrit. Hebrew, Ishak equals Sanskrit, Ishaku equals friend of Shiva. Hebrew Ishmael equals the Sanskrit word Ishmael, which equals great Shiva. Ouch, your teeth are knocked out now. A third mini version of the Abraham story turns him into another Noah. We know that a flood drove Abraham out of India. Thus saith the Lord God, quote, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nachor, and they served other gods. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood and led him throughout the land of Canaan. This is Joshua chapter 24. In Genesis 25 mentions some of the descendants of his concubine Keturah. Note, the Muslims claim that Keturah is another name of Hagar. Jokshan, Sheban, Dedan, Epher. Some of the descendants of Noah were Joktan, Sheba, Dedan, and Ophir. Ouch, that hurt. These varying versions have caused me to suspect that the writers of the Bible were trying to unite several different branches of Judaism. Around 1900 BCE, the coat of Brahm was carried to the Middle and Near East by several different Indian groups after a severe rainfall and earthquake tore northern India apart. Even changing the courses of the Indus and Sarasvati rivers. The classical geographer Strabo tells us just how nearly complete the abandonment of the northwestern India was. Aristobulus says that when he was sent upon a certain mission in India, he saw a country of more than 1,000 cities, together with villages that had been deserted because the Indus has abandoned its proper bed. The drying up of Saravati around 1900 BCE, which led to a major relocation of the population centered around the Sindhu. In Sarasvati and the Sarasvati valleys. Let me repeat that. The drying up of the Sarasvati around 1900 BCE. This is why she was hollering out she can't have no child. Okay, it was allegory for this. The drying up of the Sarasvati around 1900 BCE, which led to a major relocation of the population centered around the Sindhu and Sarasvati valleys, could have been the event that caused a migration from westward from India. It's soon after this time that the Indic element begins to appear all over West Asia, Egypt, and Greece. Indian historian Kutat Purushottama Khan believes that Abraham was driven out of India. He states that the Aryans, unable to defeat the Asuras, spent so many years fighting covertly against the Asuras, such as destroying their huge system of irrigation lakes, causing destructive flooding, that Abraham and his kindred just gave up and marched into West Asia. Therefore, besides being driven out of northern India by floods, the Aryans also forced Indian merchants, artisans, and educated classes to flee West Asia. I remember when I copied this stuff. I still got hyperlinks in this. I was young. All right. A little on the Sarasvati River and the Hagar rivers. Now, the Sarasvati River was one of the Rig Vedic rivers mentioned in the Rig Veda and later Vedic and post-Vedic texts. The Sarasvati River played an important role in the Vedic religion, appearing in all but the fourth book of the Rig Veda. The goddess Sarasvati was originally a personification of this river, but later developed an independent identity. The Sarasvati is also considered by Hindus to exist in a metaphysical form, in which it formed a confluence with the sacred rivers Ganges and the Yamuna at the Triveni Sangam. According to Michael Weitzel, superimposed on the Vedic Sarasvati River is the heavenly river Milky Way, which is seen as a road to immortality and heavenly afterlife. Now, the Gahagar River is an intermittent endorheic river in India and Pakistan that flows only during the monsoon season. The river is known as the Gahagar before the Atu barrage and is the Hakra downstream of the barrage. The basin is classified into two parts, Gahadir and the Bangar. The high area that is not flooded in rainy season is called the Bangar, and the lower flood-prone area is called the Qadar. Now, Edward Kake writes, I don't like it. Quote, in no similar instance have events occurred fraught with consequences of such magnitude as those flowing from the great religious war, which, for a long series of years raged throughout the length and breadth of India. That contest ended by the expulsion of vast bodies of men, many of them skilled in the arts of early civilization in still greater numbers, warriors by profession, driven across the valley of the Indus on the west, driven beyond the Himalayan mountains in the north and to Ceylon, their last stronghold in the south, swept across the valley of the Indus on the west. This persecuted people carried with them the germs of the European arts and sciences. The mighty human tide that passed the barrier of the Punjab rolled towards its destined channel in Europe and in Asia to fill its beneficent office to the moral fertilization of the world. The distance of this migratory movement was so vast that the disguise of names so complete and the Grecian information so calculated to mislead that nothing short of a total disregard of theoretic principles, and the resolution of independent research gave the slightest chance of a successful elucidation. Now, if all of these refugee ruling peoples were exclusively of Indian heritage, why doesn't history mention them? We don't deal with this. The exodus of refugees out of ancient India did not occur all at once, but over a period of 1 or more thousand years. If all these refugee ruling peoples were exclusively of Indian heritage, why doesn't history mention them? Indeed, they are. They're mentioned as Kassites, Hittites, Syrians, Assyrians, Hurrians, Armenians, Hyksos, Midianians, Amalekites, Ethiops or Athayope, Phoenicians, Chaldeans, and many others. But we have been wrongly taught to regard them as ethnicities indigenous to Western Asia. Our history books also call them Indo-Europeans, causing us to wonder where they were really from. The people of India came to realize their social identity in terms of Varna and Yati, which were caste systems, not in terms of races and tribes. I love putting that picture up. That's a troll move. Here's an example of how the ancient Indians identified people. Now, the leaders were called the Cassis or Kassites, the Kushi, which were Kushites, the Cossacks, Russian military caste, Caesars, Roman ruling caste, Hattia, which were the Hittites, Kuthites, a dialectical form of Hittite, which I've been trying to tell people, Hurrite, another dialectical form of Hittite, Kathite, Chinese leaders, Kashite, among the Aztecs, and the Kashua, Kush by the Incas. The Assyrians in English, Assyrios in Spanish, Asuras or Ashuras, Ashuriah or Ashra, Sumer in Babylon, Asir, which is Arabia, Ahura, which is Persia, Sure in central Mexico, etc., were people who worshipped Surya, the sun. Naturally, in areas where this region prevailed, they were known as Assyrians, no matter what the real names of their respective kingdoms were. Y'all see how I put these lessons together and how they begin to flow? Connecting the dots. Daggers. And I don't like the dagger squad. Let's continue on. Another problem that Western scholars have in identifying the Indo-Europeans as Indians is that India was not then and never was a nation. Furthermore, it is not India. It is a Bharata. And even Bharata is not a nation. Bharata is a collection of nations, just as Europe is a collection of nations presently held together by the real or perceived threat of Muslim expansionism. Indian scholars have told me that when and if this expansionism ever disappears, the Bharata Union will again splinter into many similar nations. The Arabian historians contend that Brahma and Abraham, their ancestor, are the same person. The Persians generally called Abraham Zerdusht. Cyrus considered the religion of the Jews the same as his own. The Hindus must have come from Abraham or the Israelites from Brahma. Was Abraham really the Hindu deity Ram? Ram and Abraham were possibly the same person or clan. For example, the syllable Ab or Ap means father. In Kashmiri, the prototypical Jews could have called Ram Abram or Father Ram. It's also conceivable that the word Brahm evolved from Abram and not vice versa. The Kashmiri word for divine mercy, quote, Raham, likewise derives from Ram. Abraham, father of divine mercy. Rakham, divine mercy. In Hebrew, Ram is also the Hebrew term for highly placed leader or governor. Indian historian A.D. Polsakar, whose essay Traditional History from Earliest Times appeared in the Vedic Age, said that Ram was alive in 1950 BCE, which is about the time that Abraham, the Indo-Hebrews, and the Aryans made the greatest India to Middle East migration since the Great Flood. Ha ha ha. Continuing on. One of the shrines in the Kaaba was also dedicated to the Hindu creator god. Uh-oh. We about to get on Islam. Y'all. Hold on. One of the shrines in the Kaaba was also dedicated to the Hindu creator god, Brahma, which is why the illiterate prophet of Islam claimed it was dedicated to Abraham. The word Abraham is none other than a malpronunciation of the word Brahma. This could clearly be proven if one investigates the root meanings of both words. Abraham is said to be one of the oldest Semitic prophets. His name is supposed to be derived from two Semitic root words, Ab, meaning father, and Ram, or Raham, meaning of the exalted. This is where you get Abraham from. In the book of Genesis, Abraham simply means multitude. The word Abraham is derived from the Sanskrit word Brahma. The root of Brahma is Bra, which means to grow or multiply in number. Hence, in the book of Genesis, your children should be as numerous as the stars of the sea or sand of the sea. Continuing. In addition, Lord Brahma, the creator god of Hinduism, is said to be the father of all men and exalted of all the gods, for it is from him that all beings were generated. Thus, again, we come to the meaning exalted father. This is a clear pointer that Abraham is none other than the heavenly father, Brahma. Let's continue. Several word meanings can be extracted from Abram, each of which points directly to his exalted position. Ab equals father, her or hr equals head, top, exalted, am equals people. Therefore, Abram can mean father of the exalted. Here's still another. Ram equals father of the merciful. Ab also meaning snake could indicate that Abram, exalted snake, was a Naga king. That's for you, Asiatic black man. All the meanings that can be extracted from the compound word Abraham reveal the divine destiny of his followers. Haram of Tyre, Solomon's closest friend, was exalted people, or Ahi Ram. Uh-oh. So Aharam means exalted people. So it's a title or caste. In ancient India, the Aryan cult was called Brahm Aryan. The Aryans worshipped multiple gods. Abraham turned away from polytheism. By so doing, he could have become Abram, no longer Brahman. The Aryans called the Asuras Abram. Therefore, we can logically assume that the fathers of the Indus civilization were probably prototypical Jews. Continuing on. Jerusalem was a Hittite Indian hereditary leadership caste. Let's repeat this. Jerusalem was a Hittite city at the time of Abraham's death, hence Ezekiel 16. You are a Hittite. In Genesis 23 and 4, Abraham asked the Jerusalem Hittites to sell him a burial plot. The Hittites answered, "You are a prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury your dead. None of us shall withhold from thee." Remember the burial plots I just got done talking about in the last lesson. If Abraham was revered as a prince by the Hittites, he too was a highly regarded member of India's hereditary ruling and warrior caste. The Bible never did say Abraham wasn't a Hittite. It just said, "I am stranger and a sojourner with you." As the Hittites said, they recognized Abraham as being even above them. Just as the Hittites were not a unique ethnicity, neither were the Amorites or the Amaru. Maruta was the Indian caste name of the commoners. The word Amorite was the first caste name of the Indian Vaishyas, craftsmen, farmers, cattlemen, traders, etc. Boom. That is a body blow. Continuing on. Now, G.D. Pandey writes in Ancient Geography of the Ahodia, Martus represented the Visha. The Martus is described as forming troops or masses. Rudra, the father of the Martus, is the lord of cattle. Malatya J. Shenge states, the Martus are the people. We should not be surprised to find that the Kati, or Hittites, and Martus, which are Amorites, functioning as the fathers, protectors, and mothers of Jerusalem. Now, this is why he says your mother was a Hittite and your father an Amorite in Ezekiel 16. The Amorites, also called Amaru or Martu, were an ancient Semitic-speaking people who dominated the history of Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine from about 2000 BCE to 1600 BCE. So skip down because we got all that information. In India, the Hittites were also known as Sadis or Kadis. Indian historians classified them as one of the oldest castes of the Yadavas. The Sadis formed one of the most ancient tribes among the, Kasatriyas, the aristocratic class made up of Hittites and Kassites. In early Vedic times, as early as the period of the Rig Veda, the Sadi kings had acquired great renown. They are one of the leading powers in northern India in the great epic Yadavas through the ages. Ram or Rama also belonged to the Yadava clan. Now, if our Abraham, Brahm, and Ram are one and the same person, Abraham went to Jerusalem to be with his own people. Ram's congregation segregated themselves in their own communities, called Ahodhya, which in Sanskrit means the unconquerable. The Sanskrit word for fighter is Yuddha or Yut. Let me read this again. The Sanskrit word for fighter is Yudha or Yut. Abraham and his group belonged to the Ahodia, the Yehudia, which was later taken and called Judea. Wow. So Abraham belonged to the Ayodhya congregation who remained aloof from non-believers and Amalekites. They're getting this work today. Now, Melchizedek, the sage of Salem. If what I have said this far isn't convincing enough, maybe the word Melchizedek will be. Melchizedek was a king of Jerusalem who posed the secret mystical and magical powers, which isn't real. He was also Abraham's teacher. Melech Sadaksina was a great Indian prince, magician, and spiritual giant, the son of a Kassite king. In Kashmiri and Sanskrit, Sadak equals a person with magical and supernatural powers. A certain Zadok or Sadak was also a supernaturally endowed priest who anointed Solomon. Why does the Kassite or royal caste, Malik Sadaksina, a mythical Indian personage, suddenly appear in Jerusalem as the friend and mentor of Abraham? According to Ashoy Kumar Mazumdar, in the Hindu history, Brahm was the spiritual leader of the Aryans. As an Aryan, not of Yah, he naturally believed in idols. The Bible says that he even manufactured them. Upon seeing how increasing idol worship and religious guesswork were contributing to the further downfall of his people, Brahm backed away from Aryanism and re-embraced the ancient Indian Yah philosophy. Even though it too was foundering in man-made evils, he decided that mankind could save himself only by dealing with what was real, not the imagined. Now, shocked at the barbarism and the blind selfishness of the people, the wise men and educated people among the Proto-Hebrews isolated themselves from the masses. Dr. Madzumar wrote, "The moral fall was rapid. The seers and sages lived apart from the masses. They seldom married and were mostly given to religious contemplation. The masses, without proper light and leader, soon became vicious in the extreme. Rape, adultery, theft became quite common. Human nature ran wild. Brahma or Abraham decided to reform and regenerate the people. He made the chief sages and seers to marry and mix with the people. Most refused to marry, but 30 agreed. Brahm married his half-sister, Sarasvati. These sages became known as the Pradyaptis, progenitors. That's where they get it from. It's an Indian word. It's all made up. Northern Afghanistan was called Uttara Kuru and was a great center of learning. An Indian woman went there to study and received the title of Vak, i.e., Sarasvati, or Lady Sarah. It is believed that Brahm, her teacher and half-brother, was so impressed by her beauty, education, and powerful intellect that he married her. The Hindu story, page 48. From the holy community in southern Afghanistan, similar communities spread all over the world. The whole of India, Nepal, Thailand, China, Egypt, Syria, Italy, the Philippines, Turkey, Persia, Greece, Laos, Iraq, even the Americas. The linguistic evidence of Brahm's presence in various parts of the world is more than evident. Persian, i.e. Brahman, which is holy. Latin, the word Brahmani, holy. Russian, Rachmani, holy. Ukraine, Rachmanya, priest, holy. Hebrew, Ram, which means supreme leader. Norwegian, from godly. A sacred word among the Hindus was and is the mystic syllable Om. It is associated eternally with the earth, sky, and heaven, the triple universe. It is also the name of Brahm. The Aztecs also worship and channeled the syllable Om as a dual principle of all creation. Olmekti, which is male principle, and Olmekhatula, female principle. The Mayan priestly class was called Balam, pronounced Balam, or an R sound existed in Mayan. It would have been Brahm. The Peruvian Incas worshiped the sun as Inti Rami, Hindu Ram. Woof. Still with the Temple of Mecca. The Temple of Mecca was founded by a colony of Brahmins from India. It was a sacred place before the time of Muhammad, and they were permitted to make pilgrimages to it for several centuries after his time. Its great celebrity as a sacred place long before the time of the prophet cannot be doubted. End quote. Excuse me. Quote, the city of Mecca is said by the Brahmins on the authority of their old books to have been built by a colony from India, and its inhabitants from the earliest era have had a tradition that it was built by Ishmael, the son of Agar. Though this town in the Indus language would be called Ishmaelistan. End quote. Now, before Muhammad's time, the Hinduism of Arab peoples was called Tsaba. Tsaba or Saba is a Sanskrit word meaning assembly of the gods. Tsaba was also called Ishya al-Ayam or Shiva's temple. See, when they be talking all that fake Hebrew, you better know your history, because if you know your history, people can't get away with this stuff. Now, the term Muslim or Moshe Alam, Shiva's temple, is just another name of Sabaism. The word has now shrunk to Islam. Muhammad himself, being a member of the Quraysh family, was at first a Sabaeist. The Sabaeists did not regard Abraham as an actual god, but as an avatar or a divinely ordained teacher called Avatar Brahmo, judge of the underworld. Wow, come on, y'all, let's wake up. At the time of Jesus, the respective languages, religious symbolism, and traditions of the Arabs, Jews were nearly identical. If we could take a time machine to the past, most of us would not really see any real differences between Arabs and Jews. History tells us that the Arabs of Christ's time worshipped idol. So did the lower class Jews and rural Jews. For this reason, watch this, for this reason, the Middle Eastern squabble between Jews and Muslims and the hate between Muslims and Hindus in India are ridiculous. The Muslims are fighting the Jews and the Hindus, or vice versa, over nothing. All three groups sprang from the same source. Amorites. The Kashmiri Sanskrit equivalent of Hebron, or Kevron in Hebrew, screams out the Indian origins of Jerusalem's earliest inhabitants. I looked at that the other day. I ain't lying. The Kabru, which means grave or tomb. Even in Hebrew, kever equals tomb. Let me repeat this. The Kashmiri Sanskrit equivalent of Hebron, which is Kevron in Hebrew, screams out the Indian origins of Jerusalem's earliest inhabitants. Let's see. Let's go next. Wait a minute. Okay, let me get caught back up here. Okay, hold on, guys. I lost my spot. Mm-hmm. 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 Got it. Now, Indian linguist and Orientalist Malati J. Shengaze, the languages of the Harappans weld together once and for all, West Asia and the Indus Valley civilization. Not only does she prove that Harappa was an Akkadian and Sumerian, she also proves that the first Abraham was none other than Adam before Eve was created from one of his ribs. Quote, it may be said that the region from the Tigris Euphrates to the Indus and its east was inhabited by the Akkadian-speaking Semites, who later called themselves Ashurayu. The Indian name, as known from the Rig Veda, is Ashura, which is not far removed. That this region should be inhabited by different clans of the same ethos is not very surprising. It would, however, be strong to think that it was a racially homogeneous group, homogeneous group. As our linguistic evidence shows, it was a mixed population of the Akkadians and Sumerians. The other ethnic groups also may have been present, whose traces may be looked for in further work. The mixed composition of the population is not inconsistent with the present state of knowledge, as the presence of these ethnic elements in the Indus Valley only confirms and extends the identical demographic pattern which was in existence probably from the earliest times of prehistory and civilization. This is very good. If these Akkadians were the same as the West Asian clan, there should have been an equal preponderance of this prima. Why can't I say these words today? Excuse me. Primeval couple in the Vedic mythology. However, beyond one cryptic reference, there is no reference to them. This was baffling. It seemed unlikely that this clan was without the from the primeval parents, though their god was Asura. The predominance of Brahman, as well as the primeval father, is there, which is also inadequate as he is the male principle alone. A close look at Brahman reveals its ancestry to be made up of two words, Abu plus Ramu, which is the primeval pair in the Semitic mythology. The Akkadian counterpart is Lamu, which later became goddess Lakshmi, born in the sea and courted by both gods and demons. Lamu is a dragon in Akkadian, but in the Ugaritic, Ramu is the last of Abu. Brahma, which is Abu Ramu equals Abrahma Brahma. All the changes postulated here being covered in the above corresponds or last of Abu. Let me repeat that again. All changes postulated here being covered in the above correspondences or last of Abu, the supreme Semitic godhood, has undergone many transformations and has many counterparts in the Indian pantheon, amongst whom is Lakshmi, one of the important ones being worshipped as the goddess of all material creation. Thus, the Asura clan of the Indus Valley worship Abu Ramu as the prima evil couple. And there is the lesson for today. Abraham never existed. He never existed. So we can wake up now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. So just before I forget, I would like to make a correction with something I said earlier. I mentioned the word Hebrew, and I mentioned it coming from Eber, that in Hebrew is Eber. Actually, no, I made a mistake. In Hebrew is Ivri, but the word Hebrew comes from the biblical Eber. But in Hebrew it's Ivri, not Eber. And I'm curious, I have a question for you, Anthony.
Yeah.
During your presentation, you said you don't like the Dagger Squad. I'm curious to know why.
Because they're pseudo.
But now the Dagger Squad, I know Garfield, but is it a group of people or is it just Garfield?
It's mainly Garfield. Me and Garfield just had it out a couple of days ago over the Asar Imhotep, the Asar Imhotep thing that was going on. And when I was trying, he said, anybody want to come on here and ask him questions? Come on. So I came on to his show and I began to speak to him about the situation, and he was yelling and fussing and cussing and wouldn't even let me talk. So I just said, you know what, man? I tried to come on here with some class. I'll pass. But Garfield believes Jesus was a real man now. He believes he existed now.
Yes, and when I heard that, I made a video asking about his ethnicity. And I hopped in one time when he was live and asked him the question, asked him if Jesus was black or white, and he replied he doesn't know. So he did mention a, I can't even remember the name of the source, but he did mention that they described themselves as some color that's like yellowish. Or I don't. I'm just paraphrasing, but his main answer was I don't know. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
that's
no
that's
doubt.
the safest answer. That's
Yeah.
the safest answer.
Yeah, so you see
Yeah.
the story of Abraham and Sarah and Gehagar. It's
Where you
nothing
get
but
that?
a combination of gods. That's
Where you
all
get that
it
story
is.
from?
Huh?
Where you get that story from?
It comes out of the Rig Veda.
Mm, okay.
Now, from what I've heard, it sounds like some. I'm not too convinced. It sounds to me like some person who believes that this story come from Indian myth,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then he's
yeah.
making the his
Exactly.
demonstration about different names. That's what
Yeah,
it sounds like to me.
I don't give it too much weight. You know, it's a
Oh, so
cool
you believe
story.
Abraham existed, Shaka?
Oh no, no, I never said that.
Oh, okay.
No, no, no,
Okay.
no. I don't believe he existed.
I don't believe that story though. You know, the one that you just read. You know.
That's fine, but Brahma did have a wife named Saravati, and that is in the Rig Veda. And she also had a consort by the name of Gehagar, and they were represented by Euphrates river systems in found in Mesopotamia. So there's just no way around that.
Well, Cushites was all in that area, so
And
you know
well,
it
Kushites
kind of
believed
makes
in a myth.
it
It's a
kind of
myth.
makes sense. It kind of makes sense, you know, because that's a part of the understanding of Kusha is knowing that the Kushites extended far out. Actually, the Dravidians speak Austro-Asiatic. That's the Dravidian language. The base of the Dravidian language is Asiatic. It's Austro-Asiatic. So that link with the Kushites, it actually makes good sense. You know, I can't dispute that. I might not agree with certain nuances of the story that you made in the way that they characterize them negatively, but as far as the presence of Cushites in that area, you know, that's clear. Uh, George Robbins Glendon,
I never said Kushites did not exist in that area. I never said that.
yeah, but you know, John D. Baldwin, he demonstrates that clearly in Prehistoric Nations. And mind you, this is a book right here that is out of the Library of Congress. So this is what the Congress people are reading. So I think that it's worth our while, you know, as students of history, that we should take a peek at this kind of stuff too. Because why would they have this book in the Library of Congress if
They
there's
got cat in the
absolutely
hat. They got cat in the
yeah,
hat
yeah,
in the
yeah.
Library of Congress. That don't make it more valid enough like
I knew
that.
you would say, I knew you would say something like
No,
that.
I
But
have a membership to
you
the
know,
library,
yet and
sir.
still,
I have
okay,
a member. I'm not denying
that's
what you're saying is wrong.
okay. That's cool, brother. That's nice. That's cute. But what I'm saying is, this work right here is a book that was inducted into the library. I'm
What's
not
the name of the
bragging on the
book?
book. I'm not bragging on the book or the paper or nothing. It's just
What's the name
paper
of the
with
book?
words printed on it. I'm
What's
gonna
the
give
name
it
of the
to you,
book?
brother. It's just paper with words printed on it. But what I'm saying is the information, somebody within this government found it valid enough that they wanted it inside their library. So let's
What's
just
the
make
name
that
of the
clear.
book?
The name of the book is Prehistoric Nations or Inquiries Concerning Some of the Great Peoples and Civilizations of Antiquity and
Who is
their
it by?
probable relation to a still older civilization of Ethiopians or Cushites of Arabia. Scholar Select, Scholar Select, John D. Baldwin, 1809 to 1883. It's full of sources, and it's talking about two Cushes. It's talking about one that was of very remote antiquity that was in Arabia, and one that was in the Horn of Africa.
Now let me ask
It's
a
talking
question.
about
According to the Quranic and biblical texts, who is Cusha descended of?
who is Cush a descendant of?
Yeah.
Well, it would be Shem, Abraham,
Cush is a descendant
Ishmael,
of Ham.
Ishmael,
Cush is a
all of
descendant
that.
of
But
Ham.
Cush is really not a Cush is really old. It's old. It's
Genesis
old though.
10,
The
sir.
the
Genesis
people are
10.
older than the name.
Hold on,
The
brother.
people are older than the name.
So
But
is
I
Genesis
understand. I
telling a
understand what you're
lie?
saying.
No, you're not. You're
I'm not
projecting.
telling no lie. I
Okay.
got the book in my hand. It's in
I'm
the Library of
asking you,
Congress.
according to
This
the
is what the
biblical
Europeans
narrative,
deem that they children need to be reading. You
brother. I
understand?
don't. Do you even know what the
Do
Library
you
of
understand
Congress
that?
is?
Okay, do you understand that though?
No, I don't understand
This
what
book
you're
was
saying.
inducted into the Library of Congress through an act of law. You
No,
get the
it
weight of that.
wasn't. You can't
get
prove
it is
that.
too, it's in the front of the book. It's in the front of the book, Negro.
You can't prove that.
It's
You
in
are
the
trying
front of
to
the book,
project
beloved.
yourself on this book
It's
to
in
try
the front
and
of the
prove
book.
this
Man, get the
biblical that
man,
nonsense.
listen, man.
It's only a federal
This is what
institution.
white
That's all
this
it
is what
is.
period. I'm telling people something. This is what white people deem that they need to read. This is what they got in their Library of Congress, family. This is what they talking about.
Okay.
You understand? What this dude talking about? He don't know nothing about no Kush. He don't know nothing about no Berbers. He don't know nothing about that.
Y'all see how he stayed
Because
with them
you don't.
converters? I'm gonna go.
Because
Hey,
you don't.
hey, Shaka, I'm finna go in
It
the
is
kitchen.
the Berbers.
Hey,
Barbary,
real quick.
Barbara, Bahrain is Barbara.
Sure.
It's one of the oldest cities. It's one of the oldest cities where you see the black bull.
Now
It's
you're
one of the
using a Greek
oldest cities
word.
when you see the black bull.
Now you're in
It's
a Greek word.
Barbar. It's Barbar. No, I'm not using a Greek word. I'm using an ancient word.
But Barbar is a Greek word.
That's the black
It's a Greek
bull.
word.
That's the black bull. It is not Greek.
Barbarian.
It is not Greek.
So we should.
Barbar is related to Berber, just like the BRBR. You don't know what you're talking about. You really don't,
Okay.
beloved.
Hey, I'm finna go make me a real quick Shaka.
You don't have no idea what you're talking about.
A barbar and Kushite ham sandwich real quick, okay? I'll let y'all get back.
You go ahead, okay.
All right. Okay.
Peace.
Now,
you don't know what you're talking about?
Okay. Now, Kexa, would you like to
You don't
say
know
something?
what a Berber is.
No, I'm really just listening. I don't have nothing to say. I just want.
Really,
yes,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say one thing was it was interesting the information he presented. I don't know much about that particular area, but it's interesting to like hear it and to look into it.
Okay, and well, I wanted to ask Anthony about this conversation with Garfield from the Dagger Squad, and I wanted to know if Hotep was actually online also, and also wanted to ask what was Garfield's stance regarding this accusation of plagiarism. I get to ask him whenever he comes back.
So I have a question about that because I missed out on part of that whole conversation of plagiarism. I know before, what's his name, Ujah was accused of plagiarism.
Yes.
And now Asar Imhotep is as well.
Yes, indeed. The video is available on the Dagger Squad. I'm sorry, on Team Osiris YouTube channel. And recently, Sanetta had them on. I think that first he might have just played the video, but then he had them on. But anyway, this is addressed also on Sanetta TV's YouTube channel. Now, Wujau, that was a way back. It appears that Hotep plagiarized way more than Ujau, but it's not a good look at all because you can see the different books quoted, and
like what type of plagiarism was it? Did they just omit some of the names?
Exact words, exact sentences.
Like sentences?
Yes, exactly. I mean, sometimes you might have a word or two changed, but sometimes it's like really exactly the same words.
Oh.
So you might have some paragraphs here and there, but you definitely have sentences that are the same. So it's not a good look at all.
Yeah.
Not a good look at all. And Netaneb said that Sanjeti plagiarized as well, but Sanjeti he doesn't seem that he's still affiliated with the Amen-Ra squad anymore because tu la prendre? Tiens. Wait, just one moment. But because yeah, the when the squad they went when they went at Baba Heru, Sanjeti didn't like it, and he let it be known. He didn't officially say that he's no longer with the squad, but ever since then, I haven't heard him being associated with the squad. Uh, so, I mean, it is strange to me that Osar would just do that, and that he did not address that. But I don't know. I mean, I was more used to Osar making strange claims.
Yeah.
I'm going to be political. I'm just going to say that it's a shame, really. It's a shame, really. But it is what it is. I mean,
yeah. You got to do your own work or cite the source. Did they cite? Like, did he write a book or something? Did they put at least sources in the back?
Osama wrote several books, but he plagiarized and he did not credit. He did not quote. He did not say this comes from that book and so and so. He just plagiarized blatantly. And coming from him, he's someone who is very condescending, and he likes to talk about methodology and so on.
Yeah.
When you're plagiarizing, I don't think you're qualified to be talking about methodology.
Exactly. And then when they get caught doing it, it's all of a sudden like, oh, we never did it. Like, yeah, right. Get out of here.
Another thing too, Brother Shaka, another part of Black history that's neglected is Orientalism, both the American and the German Orientalism. Because when we hear the term Orientalist, the first thing that comes to mind is that these people are studying far out into China and Tibet, and some of them are, but there are a distinct group of them that when they say Orientalism, they are studying Egypt, the Levant, Mesopotamia. They studying it from a Black perspective. But when a person hears the word Orientalism, automatically many people may assume that they're talking about some far out Chinese people. They are studying Black Arabs, they are studying the Black Levant, Black Syria. That's what they're studying in Orientalism. Germans, especially the Germans and the French. And then you have a small group over here in the US, but the ones who have some of the best information on it are the Germans, because they have been doing it the longest with Orientalism. It's not talking about Chinese or something. It's talking about Black people in the Levant and all that area.
Well, Orientalism, basically, that's about the study of the area we call, in French, we call it Orient. And that's what really, in English, you will call it the East or the Levant. But that comes basically from the root word Orient in French. And Black Syrians, I don't know what it is. I've never came across that. I've seen depictions of Syrians, but they don't look anything near black.
When we look at
I'm trying to figure out real quick, Shaka, I'm trying to figure out if it's a Black person in Syria, why he got to be an Asiatic? Why can't he be a African in Syria? Why are we designating them social designations created by European scholars? It's just like I brought up, you bring up the word Cush, and then you get to holler, you want all of a sudden he's from Abraham all of a sudden. When the Bible says it's from the land of Ham, I'm confused on your methodology here.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying about the
So you're right, I am confused. I don't know what a Berber is. I don't know what a Black Syrian is. I don't know any of that because history doesn't identify him.
It's nothing wrong with that, brother. It's nothing wrong with saying that, I'll say that I don't know if I don't know. It's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is when we looking at Orientalism, when you look at Orientalism, I'm talking about really look at what they're studying.
That's the study of the landmass that we call Asia.
No, it's not. You don't know what you're talking about. Again, German Orientalists, they study Afro-Asiatics. That's what they are doing. You don't know what you're talking about, brother. You just said you don't know.
Hold on.
Brother, let me ask you a question. How did all of those monuments get up there?
No.
And Ngozi just admitted this on a live with me the other night on Unbiased channel. So now let's be clear. How did all those monuments get up there?
I was on that platform that night.
What did he say? He said it got up there from Africans.
I can't remember.
You can't remember? Now you can't remember?
Okay, so it comes from Africans, not Afro-Asiatics.
I'm talking about in Baalbek, Lebanon. I'm talking about in Byblos. I'm talking about all up there. You got 1,250-ton stones cut and leveled
why is
to
all
precision.
your history always starting off over there?
I didn't say it started there. I'm only talking about what is. I'm talking about what is there.
History, you always start over there in the
Because you acting
Levant.
like it's not black. You acting like it's not us. But you got 1,250 ton. You got 1,250-ton stones cut and leveled to precision. You go to Baalbek, Lebanon. You go to Byblos. You got an Egyptian. You got Hiram the First, an Egyptian style sarcophagus up there in Byblos. Who the hell put it up there?
Yeah, but you know, Asiatic black man.
He don't know what he's talking about.
Asiatic black man. Recently, I uploaded a video. I think it's a daughter of Amenem Hat.
He's not studying this stuff.
It's a statue. It's a statue that's in Syria. You will find some Egyptian artifacts outside of Egypt, because they control territories outside of Egypt. Now, the fact that you have some monuments in many different territories, many different countries, and the fact that they are well done, well produced, or well built, it doesn't mean that, okay, because in Egypt they used to build very well, then over there also they build very well, then this is black people also, this is the king folks. And by the way, Orientalism, that's not a study of Afro-Asiatic. That deals with the Middle East.
Brother, I'm telling you, look at it. Look before you leap. Look at it. Actually, don't just say it.
So what do you want me to look at? What do you want me to look at?
I'm not talking about right now, because it ain't no short study, brother. They studying Afro-Asiatics.
That's what you're saying.
They throwing you off with the name.
Okay, but that's fine.
Studying Afro-Asiatics.
The name is fine. That's
Asiatics.
That's fine. But you see, there's one thing though. It's been years that I've been going through the museum.
All right.
So when it comes to these people, ethnicity and phenotypes, I've been showing that for years, not only in the Louvre Museum but also in the British Museum. You know, so and also in the books that I show in the video, White Semites Black Awakening, you have artifacts from many places around the world. So this is something I'm quite familiar with, not just Africa or Kemet, but also other areas as well. I've always been very interested about the population from those areas. And luckily for us, it's not just Egypt where we have a lot of artifacts. We have a lot of artifacts about those different areas as well. Even Arabia, South Arabia. I made a video. Yeah, go ahead.
Not just the South either. It's just it's artifacts all over Arabia. Now they starting to take overhead shots with satellites.
But actually,
they done mapped out dried up riverbeds. They done mapped out dried up lakes in Arabia.
But just to clarify,
nothing to hold it back.
Just to clarify, when I say artifact, I mean artifact of individuals, so we can see what they look like that we can see their phenotype. That's what I meant. So
I'm talking about structures. I'm talking about megalithic structures.
Yes, but with the structures, that doesn't give you any indication about the people's ethnicity.
Right, but like when we look at Hiram, and his tomb up there in Lebanon in Byblos, when we look at Hiram, that's why it's so important to really study these dynasties, because Hiram, they had a tight relationship with the 22nd dynasty. And the 22nd dynasty ended up running up in Israel with Cushites and the Labu kings.
Oh
This is
my
who they ran
God.
up in Israel.
What?
Man, you ain't gonna tell me, man. Be quiet. You don't know this stuff.
There's no record of that.
Man, it is too. It's in the history, man. You don't know what you're talking about. Listen, the 22nd dynasty. You don't know what you're talking about. Let me talk, bro. The 22nd dynasty ran up into Israel after the white people started taking over. Man, listen, you don't know this stuff, man.
I'm asking you, what king went there?
What?
What king
the Cushites,
went into Israel?
Shishak the first. To be exact. Shishak the first went up into. He ran up in the area of Israel. He ran up in there with the Cushites and the Libyans. Now the question is, the Bible records it and history records it, because it said he came back to Egypt with great booty. He came back with a lot of gold. Now the question is, why did he run up in there, and why at the same time when Shishak was on the throne, 22nd dynasty, Bubastis, Berbers, Labu kings, why is this the same time you got Hiram the first sarcophagus up there carved with Egyptian style?
Okay, let me answer that question.
We got to answer these questions.
I'm going to answer it for you. Okay, first of all,
answer that for me.
First of all, Bubastis was just a cult. That's all that was. That's first of all. And second of all, that's all that was. So I don't know why you threw that in there like that. Like
you said Bubastis was just a cult.
That was a cult.
You just looked at Bubastis when you saw the movie Black Panther. That's what Black Panther is all about. You don't know what you don't know what she prayed to the god Bas. She prayed to the god Bas. You don't know what Bas is.
Shaka.
You don't know what because he don't have no idea. Bas is the black woman represented by a black cat.
Sir,
you don't know what you're talking about. The Bubas dynasty reinstated the cult of Basset. They used it as a symbol to represent the fertility and the power of the black woman's womb. You don't know what you're talking about.
Sir,
so what you're really saying is
you need to be quiet and just listen. The Bubas dynasty is the 22nd dynasty. They reinstated the cult. They reinstated the cult of Basset, which is the black woman elevated and deified. It's a fertility symbol, and we just saw it on Black Panther. You don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Y'all hear how every time he talks,
the counterpart of Bas is Bes, which is another cat deity. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know nothing about the Bubas dynasty.
Just one moment. Sister Kexa, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to point out. I was just going to ask him: is T'Challa an Asiatic black man?
No, but you see, sister. If you're astute, I say respectfully, you see Allah in T'Challa. Allah, A-L-A, it means the Most High. Y'all don't know what y'all looking at. You don't know what you're looking at.
Oh, bro.
You don't know what you're looking at.
Come on now, bro.
You don't know what you're looking at.
That's pure linguistic acrobatics right now.
You don't know what you're looking at.
That's
you don't know
pure
what
linguistic.
Asiatic fanatic.
He don't even know what the Bubas dynasty is.
Okay,
and y'all listening to him, and he don't even know what the Bubas dynasty is.
First of all, listen, man.
He don't even know. He don't have no idea.
It's considered a cult.
He don't have no idea.
Cult only means it teaches the secret things. They're cults. Okay. That's all it means.
So why did the Labu kings, the Shishak and the Cushites, why did they run up in there?
No, he wanted me to get up that Shishak the first thing.
Shishak is fine with me.
No, I'm going to deal with it.
But okay.
I'm fine with Shishak.
Okay.
There is no record in the 22nd dynasty about them attacking any kingdom in Western Asia. That is only found in the biblical narrative. That is it.
What?
That's it. It's only found in the biblical narrative.
Okay.
It's easy to prove that. If that is wrong, then provide the source where it shows that happened.
Yo, So listen, how
You
how
you
how
heard
did
you heard that. You heard that.
How did Hiram the first get an Egyptian
I ain't
style
talking about
sarcophagus up
Hiram.
there
I'm
if
talking
it
about
wasn't no
Hiram.
connection?
I ain't talking about Hiram.
If they wasn't making contact, why do Hiram the first at the same time period? Why do he have an Egyptian style sarcophagus? Explain that to me.
Everybody
You,
copies black people. That's why.
No, I'm not
you
talking.
know,
I'm not talking to you,
No,
sis. I'm
you're
talking to this
yeah,
guy.
but she has a right to interject. But
Oh, okay,
Asiatic
okay.
black man, if I understand correctly, your logic is that because they had a particular cult of Bast, that's why they were black people. Is that what you're saying?
Neither one of you brothers know what Bas is, though.
No, no, I'm just asking a
no,
I
I
question.
know
know
what
what black
Bas
I mean,
is.
no, I mean, and that's Bastard, you know.
Yeah.
But is that what you're saying? That
What's the counterpart?
counterpart.
It's Bes. It's Bes. Bas is Bast. Her male counterpart is Bes. That's the oldest deity
So
in
are we talking about
existence.
history or are
Period.
we talking about esoteric gods? Which one?
We're talking about both.
But
No, but
Asiatic
we're
black
talking
man.
about Shashank
We're talking
invading
about both.
Okay,
Palestine.
Yeah.
now, okay, do you have any reference for that?
Oh my goodness, man. Listen, I'm just I guess like you said, I'm gonna just come back on and we can do this some other time. But my thing is, it's like it's so much disinformation, and you can't say he just voiding the Natufians.
And
All of that,
also,
none
I
of that
also
means
want to sit up
nothing.
here and say he was
The
wrong about
Kushites,
when he
none of that
said her
mean nothing.
consort was best. It's not.
What,
Her consort is not best.
brother? I
Where'd
can
you get
point
that
you to
from?
a video. I could see this happened on Garfield channel, and I whipped him and Sean
Well,
about
whoop
this.
me and show
I can
me.
I can refer you to that because I don't think I need to
Refer me
go through
to
this
it.
again.
Refer it to me.
All right, I'll get it for you on Garfield channel. I'll look it up for you.
No. Give it to me now.
You go
Show
ahead
me
and talk.
where
I
best
am gonna give it to you
consort.
now.
You know,
I'm
you
gonna
know.
give it to you now.
Apparently, you've heard someone say that the concert Bastard is best, and you just happen to roll with it. But
Who,
I,
me?
well,
They on
apparently,
the same. They on the same Stilla repeatedly. They on the same murals repeatedly. Boss is a short guy with a big phallus and his tongue sticking
best
out of his mouth.
we know best.
Best.
We know best.
Best
But
is a short guy with a big. That is the counterpart of Basset.
that's
But
what
by Bes, the male
says
is
who
older
says who
than Boss.
says who.
Oh my God, yo man.
Because you said yourself it was said on somebody else's show.
I,
But my thing is, see, if
I
I understand
I did.
correctly,
I punished Garfield on that. Him and Sean.
that's fine.
They
But
know that.
okay, but um, just because some people had a cult from Kemet doesn't make them black people. Because when the
Bro.
Greeks and Romans invaded Kemet, they continued with some cult of Isis amongst other ones. That don't make
Boss
them
don't
black.
Boss
Hmm.
don't come from Kemet though. It came out of Nubia. It came from Nubia. It didn't come. It don't originate with Kemet. Bas and Best don't originate with Kemet. Neither does Amun. Amun and Neith do not originate in Kemet. Amun and Neith come out of the Western Desert, and
You
Best and
know, you know,
Basset
you
come
know,
out of the
you know,
Eastern
you
Desert.
know, brother. There's a temple in Karnak. It's a temple dedicated to Amun. They built the
Right.
whole temple,
Hmm.
and if I'm not mistaken, that's the largest temple in the world, or at least it was at one point. So that's
Yeah.
something they used to deal with in Kemet.
Yeah. The
But I'll
Oracle
just
is in the Western Desert. The Oracle of Amun is in the Western Desert.
okay. Now you see the screen. Those people there with the animals, do they look white or black to you?
Well, I can't really tell from the. They would appear to be fair skinned people in the front. Yeah, to the left.
But those are your Asiatics. Those are the Asiatics, and this is what our people are going to come to realize. And here says those are
Brother,
Canaanites.
the Egyptians referred to the Asiatics from the Eastern Desert. They said that the Messiah, according to Amelia Edwards, they said that
Okay.
the Messiah, according to the Journey of 1904 by
Okay.
Wilhelm,
Pseudo.
he said that I'm quoting a source. He said that the Messiah
Not a primary.
was the Asiatics out of the Eastern Desert. Now
That's fine.
you can punch up Asiatics out of the Eastern Desert, and it's going to tell you. It's going to tell you.
But it's right
Well,
there.
It's
on
talking
the
about
wall,
black
though.
people. It ain't talking about no white people.
well,
But it's right
Man,
there on the wall.
man, half of that stuff is a drawing, man. That stuff is
okay,
a drawing, or some
okay,
stuff that some white people
okay,
done scrape
okay,
the damn paint
okay.
off, man, to try to put themselves there.
So it
Well,
They
looks
done
like it
already
had their
proved
name.
that. People done already proved that.
well, but
That certain parts of the drawings you
it,
can
it,
see
it,
where the stuff
it,
been scratched off, scratched off, and all that.
it is true that they happen to make drawings because the original artifacts many times is not really clear, it's damaged. But
Yeah.
the fact that they will scrape themselves to put themselves in, it doesn't tie there, because there we see the Egyptians much darker. So if Europeans are trying to make themselves and are trying to put themselves in the mix, they would not have made the Egyptians darker than the Canaanites. And besides that, this is just one artifact. We have other artifacts, and some are not drawings, some are just original documents. And we have many carvings as well. Now,
I
in the
don't
carvings,
see
yeah,
I don't see how brothers could say this and then turn around and admit that Natufians were African and E1B, the Natufians and Harifians were Africans, E1B1B in the Levant, and then turn around and say, oh, there was no black people there. No, they was all white. This is them. That's it.
You see, the thing is that
What?
when it comes to the Natufians, I'm not familiar with them, and the genetics, the E1B1 and stuff like that. I'm not familiar with that. I never addressed that, but
Okay.
I'm showing on a regular basis primary documents, and from those primary documents that we find not only in books but in museums, we see the depictions of those people, those Asiatics, those Canaanites, Arabians, people from Iran, and they all more or less have
That's
the
not how
same. Yes.
that's not how they describe the Messiah though. That's not how the Egyptians describe the Messiah.
That's fine.
The
It's,
Egyptian
it's
hereditary guard, who they are saying were Asiatics, were certainly black people. They
okay.
were the Messiah.
That's what you're saying. Certainly, black people. Yeah.
Bija Bedouins
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, brothers and
with the
sisters, we've been.
historical record too.
But you never showed any historical records.
Shaka, you already know I'm not tech savvy.
Yeah, but you see,
You can say the name of the book or the source. You don't have to be technologically savvy to do that. People have been writing records. Hold on. People have been writing records before computers, and they had a way
Bija
to
Bedouins
source
are
things.
on Wiki. Bija Bedouins, Wiki.
Okay, cool. Can you pull up the source?
Kushadwapa, Wiki. Kushadwapa, Wiki.
So is there a book?
True Kushite. I keep citing the book for the brothers, sister. I've told the brothers prehistoric nations out of the Library of Congress. John D. Baldwin, 1809 to 1883. Wonderful Ethiopians of the ancient Kushite empires, an African
I actually
American
have that
woman.
book here somewhere. By
Wonderful Ethiopians
Drusilla.
of the ancient Kushite empire.
Yeah, I have that
citing
book. I read
sources
some
for
of
the
it.
brothers.
Some of her information is correct, and some of it's a little outdated. But
and
I'm
you know,
citing multiple sources.
the things that when you talk about
Sheikh Anti
Bedouins, Bedouins are nomad. It's not necessarily a specific people, and
Yeah,
to show, like, the pictures on Wikipedia, to show people nowadays, that doesn't mean that they were the same people way back. I mean, there are some black people in France and in Russia. Nobody's talking about, okay, the original Russians are black people. I can show you black people about damn near everywhere on the planet Earth,
right.
and that's what a lot of people are doing. That a lot of Asiatic black men, they show us pictures of black people who happen to be in Arabia and other places, but they don't tell us how they got there. A lot of them got there because of the slavery. Some of them
Shaka,
got there just to work.
the DNA not gonna lie. E1B1B is still in the Eastern Desert. It's still in the Horn. It was the
Okay.
Natufians. It was the
Okay.
Cushites.
Okay.
Give
So,
it up,
so
give it up.
What are we going to do with
History
that?
don't start in the desert, bro.
What are we going to? I didn't say it started in the desert,
It ain't
but they
there.
were there. The evidence is there. The DNA is there. What the fuck? What you going to do with it? You just
okay.
going to say it's not so?
Okay. So,
And then you got the same E1B1B in the Negev. You got them in the Eastern Desert. You got them spread throughout the Sahel, coming across to West Africa.
you know,
You're going to say what you're going to say? It didn't exist. It didn't happen.
with the DNA, I'm not familiar with that, but there was a lot of raping going on during
Yeah, I
the
didn't want
slave
to say it,
trade.
but yeah,
The
That's a
transatlantic,
lot of raping.
yeah, the transatlantic,
that's what happened, unfortunately. During
transatlantic slave
So
trade.
you telling me
And
E1B1E
oh,
is not black?
Okay.
once again, I'm not qualified with the genetics and DNA.
I'm not
And
qualified either, but
yeah,
EM96 make
all,
a black
all,
migration.
all I'm trying to say.
Unadulterated love. It's called Svedka. Yeah. So I'm gonna take a huge toast. Oh my god.
EM96.
So all I'm trying to say is that I wouldn't be surprised if with some DNA tests they will say that
Next week.
that person has origin here and there. It is a known fact that many black people, many African Americans who take DNA tests, a lot of time they are told that they come from different parts of Europe as well as Africa. So I'm dealing with the primary evidence, the primary records, and we have them here at our disposal.
DNA is primary. When we look at EM96, EM96 expands from Arabia over into the Horn. That geography right there is like the Afro-Asiatic geography right there.
Okay.
Between the Horn of Africa and going into, but that's 65,000 years ago though. But there was a back migration. The migration came out of Africa, East Africa, into Arabia, then came back in the form of EM96.
All right. Now, 65,000 years ago, I don't deal with those dates. But the spread of Islam.
It's our people.
Well, when I say I don't, it's because
why?
It's not something I'm trying to say. It's not something I'm familiar with. So I will not kick it about something that I'm not familiar with.
Right.
And I don't. So besides the genetics, the DNA, 60,000 years ago, I'm not even in a position to say whether or not there were black people in those areas. But those areas didn't have
black people around back then.
Fine. You can say that it's fine. But when we're talking about those Asiatics, really, we're dealing with those days for which we have records about their lifestyle, about their languages, and so on. So Islam, Prophet Muhammad, 7th century and stuff like that. That's the thing. Just because allegedly you had some black people in those areas 60,000 years ago, it doesn't mean that you had some black people in the 7th century.
Understood, Shaka. Okay, let's reason. The first time Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, his life was threatened, he went to Ethiopia. The Ethiopians protected him and told whoever wanted to kill him.
Are you sure he went there, or his companions went there?
Oh, okay. Either way, whoever was with his movement, they went there and sought refuge, and the Ethiopian gave them refuge. The Ethiopian told whoever wanted to kill them to kick rocks. Now, see, we really got to get into this stuff. Why did they do that? They didn't have no money.
Nice,
they didn't have nothing to give them. They was just being really nice.
No, the Ethiopians do that.
We don't really study the history though, sis. That's the issue. We don't look at why the churches of Lalibela were built. The churches of Lalibela were built after Salahuddin took Jerusalem from the Christians and the Jews. That's when the churches of Lalibela were built. The churches of Lalibela are stone structures cut down out of mountains, man.
Okay. Well,
you
really,
look at this stuff.
Really, no matter what primary evidence, no matter what statues we have, and description of people, interaction of the people, notably the Hyksos, the sea people, the Amu, the Asiatics, no matter what they said about them, it doesn't seem like it matters because so many people believe that those Asiatics were black, and no matter what we tell them, they will just tell us everything and anything to try to make connections, try to connect some dots that don't even go along with it together. We have the records there. This is one of the records. This in this video, White Semites Black Awakening, I show the artifacts from so many places. And I don't think anybody on the planet can deny that we see some Caucasians. And you see, you mentioned that that lady, wonderful Ethiopians of the Nile. See, back in her days, there's many people like her who were saying those things. We're talking about black Jews, black Hebrews, and so on. That was then.
She
At
said
some point,
Cushites. She didn't say Jews or Hebrews. She said Cushites. She said an ancient Cushite empire. That's what she
okay,
said.
okay. She talked about Arabic people, didn't she?
Yeah, she talked about them as Cushites though, Ethiopians.
Okay, that's fine. But
She didn't say
you see, it's fine if she said Kushites.
yeah.
But if she talked about Arabia, that's on her.
Yeah.
The term Kush, you have it in the Bible, a descendant of Ham.
Mm-hmm.
Historically, you have it in the Medunata. That's
Mm-hmm.
Kash, and that denotes Nubia.
Yeah.
You see, so she can talk about Arabia all she wants. That's fine. But what I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to say is that her and other people, our elder scholars, they've been talking that black. Even Dr. Ben,
Mm-hmm.
somebody brought it up when I was live streaming. When I asked for scholar who was saying that, and the person said Dr. Ben. Indeed, Dr. Ben wrote a book about it with the black Jews, but later on, and it's on tape. Dr. Ben said, I used to be a Jew until I knew better. So we can either deal with the evidence, with the data, with the records, or we can deal with the beliefs. It's up to us. It's up to us. It's a matter of choice. I choose to deal with the data, with the record.
Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with too. I'm dealing with I'm dealing with records too. Prehistoric
Uh,
nations is a record. And he
hold on,
has
hold on. No, no,
sources.
it's not, no, no, brother. It's not a record.
The
It's not
Amrana
a.
letters is a
It's not,
record.
no, when I say record, I mean
Okay, the
no.
Amrana letters is a record.
That is
What's
that is
about
that
the
is
Amarna records?
Huh?
I know you mentioned it earlier. What about them?
The Amrana letters, I mentioned
Amarna.
I mentioned Amrana letter EA274 that was written by Nin-ur Mames to Pharaoh Akhenaten, and she complained to Akhenaten that they were being invaded from the north by people that she described as Hibaru or Sagasu. And the Sagasu are the definition of Sagasu in Akkadian is murderers from the steppes of Europe. She's
no,
complaining to Akhenaten, telling him he's
no,
going to lose the city if he
no.
doesn't send
Okay,
reinforcements.
okay. Now, Asiatic black man, you said that earlier, but are you saying that because she write to complain to Akhenaten, that it means they were black people?
She's talking about you got to read the letters, brother. Then you could get the
Because
context.
because because
She's talking about initial invasion from the north. Europeans coming down out of the north and invading
now
Emiru and Canaan.
you see the thing is that once again, Kemet was an empire and they ruled over different territories. So just
Hmm.
because somebody wrote to ask for protection, it doesn't make those people who ask for protection black people. It doesn't make them black. You understand? Yes, it's simple. It doesn't make them black
Right.
at all. And
Understood.
they used to intermarry as well. You had that documentary where they were talking about Amenhotep the third. He would
Hmm.
take foreign princes as wives, but he will not send them his daughters, and people will complain about that. And the foreign rulers, they kept asking for gold. They kept asking for gold. So there was some communication, there was some requests that were made, and they could ask for protection as well, just as it is the case in the Amana letter, as you're saying. But just
That's a
because they're,
powerful point.
yeah,
That's a powerful point because then when we turn around and look at the 14th dynasty, we see Nubian Nubian king exchange. We see Nubian and Canaanite kings in the 14th dynasty kings list. What do we make of that? Are we to say that in this
Okay, so hold on,
dynasty
hold on,
some
hold on.
white
What,
Canaanites
what,
were
what,
ruling
what,
with
okay,
some Nubians?
okay. So,
Absolutely not. They were black
okay.
Canaanites. They were black
Well, well,
Canaanites.
well. You can say
Mhm.
that, but when we look at the records, just like the one that is on the screen there, those are Canaanites. They don't look anything near black. Those are the Egyptians. Above, that's the
Okay.
Canaanites, and we have many other depictions. And Brother Anthony showed a fair
A whole
bit
bunch.
during
Yeah.
his presentation.
But the Natufians wasn't up there though.
Now, the
Mhm.
Natufians. What
Right.
period is that? What time period
Africans.
is it? Yeah, but what time
Africans.
period? What time period is it? What date is it?
Ancient. 10,000 BC.
That's you see.
Fifteen thousand
You
BC.
see. You see. I'm so glad you said that. I'm
Ancient.
so glad. I'm so glad you said that because
Every
the
single one of them just got up and left. Everybody just
okay,
left, huh?
okay.
Right?
The reason
Okay.
why I'm so glad you said that is because you're making the Abrahamic believer shortcut.
I'm
Back in
making
the
it.
days, it was black people everywhere. Because of that, later on in those areas, it had to be black people. That's a shortcut.
Uh-huh.
This is not 10,000 BC. Now, if somebody has some statue or
Y'all gotta
any
just
document that shows some depiction in 10,000 BC, I would love to see it.
y'all
But I've
just
never,
gotta say I
I never
don't
seen
know,
that.
man.
I've never seen
Ain't
that.
nothing wrong with saying I don't know. He don't know
No,
nothing about the Bubas dynasty.
that's fine. That's
He
fine.
don't know nothing about that movement, what they stood for, why the Cushites, the Libyans, and the throne of Egypt, Shishonk the first, why did they run up in there? What did they run up in there for? He don't know nothing about that.
You can ask all the questions and make all the conclusions that that you want,
Yeah.
but the evidence remains the same. The evidence remains the same. It doesn't change.
It's
It
evidence on
doesn't
both
change.
sides, Shaka.
No, it's not evidence because if you say why did they do that,
Y'all act like
that's
all
you.
Africans had the same phenotype. You act like
Well,
it wasn't a Nipsey
well,
Hussle type
well.
in East
Okay,
Africa
okay. Now
with a big beard, just like
that
Sargon of
that
Akkad and
okay, okay,
Hammurabi with the big
okay,
beards and all of
okay,
that,
okay,
and
okay,
tall and
okay. That's
slender. You act like it
that
wasn't that type. That's not an African type.
that's fine.
Like,
But my
stop
question
playing
is
with
this:
me.
listen. I'm not playing. I'm just asking a question. The depiction
No,
that I
but
showed you, and
not
I
you,
asked you
brother.
if
I'm
they
just
look
saying
black.
in general.
Oh, that's
Like,
fine.
brothers
That's
be acting
fine.
like
That's fine.
Africans only have
That's fine.
one
That's fine.
soul
That's fine.
phenotype and that's it, just nothing else.
That's I understand. But on the
You
depiction
have
that
an
I
East
showed you,
African type with curly hair, straight hair, dark skin to brown skin that is an East African type and is in fact pure blood African. It's just a
now
fact.
here, does that look like East African East African phenotype there? Those people there, do they look like
No,
Nipsey
brother,
Hussle?
it's an area of confluence. So you're going to have conflicting pictures of different people. The original people are black people, though.
Yeah, yeah.
E1B1B, period.
The original people 50,000 years ago doesn't have anything to do with this time period. It doesn't have to do
The
anything to do with.
E1B1B is still in East Africa. That's telling you what the people look like. They look
Okay,
like East
all right.
Africans.
Okay, I've heard. I heard. I heard.
I'm just
But
saying, Shaka.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But this
It's
shortcut, I'm used to. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. But then again, Asiatic black men, they don't call themselves Russians or French or British. They were black people first,
yeah.
right?
Hmm.
Why don't they call themselves Europeans?
Who? These people
The,
here?
the Asiatic black men. Why do they particularly claim Asia?
Brother,
Isn't it because of the Abrahamic faith?
brother, I don't want to go into that.
That's the same reason. You have the Grimaldi men. Diop talked about the Grimaldi men, a black man in Europe. So why don't they call themselves Europeans?
Well, black folks was all over the place, man. We was all over the planet.
Are you a European?
We was all over the planet. We the
Are,
original Earthlings.
but are you a European?
No, we are Earthlings. We are descended from the Earthlings.
Are you an Asiatic?
No, we are the original Earthlings.
You're
That's
being
what.
disingenuous right now because your username is Asiatic Black Man.
No, brother,
So
you know, I understand what you're saying. I'm just messing around.
it's all good. So good.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, sister, do you have anything to say? I'm thinking about putting an end to the live stream because it's going to be 5 hours. I never went that long. So feel free,
Wow.
sister.
Yeah, I have nothing to say.
Okay, that's great. So, brothers and sisters, I want to thank you all. I'm about to mute everybody's mic. Thank you, Asiatic Black Man. Thank you,
Peace
Brother
out, brother.
Anthony.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Sister Kexia. So, I really enjoy this now, brothers and sisters. As you can see, if you want to join the conversation, you are free to do so. And I hope that we all learn from what we've heard. I hope that as time goes by, people will make the distinction between claims and facts, established facts, and I hope that people will understand the importance of archaeology and primary documents. Now, besides the data, the primary records, what can help also, the linguistic can help also, but we cannot make history with the languages. But besides that, thank you all, brothers and sisters. Once again, I want to thank the brother Africanus World who made the donation, and also there was the other brother. What was his username? I'm not sure that it's showing all the way back, but there's another brother who made a donation. He said he wanted to talk about something particular, but I don't see his name there anymore. But thank you for being there, and please, before you leave, brothers and sisters, please make sure to put some thumbs up to this video on YouTube. And if you have any questions, you are always free to write them down and ask them at some other time. You do have a playlist about the Meduneta for those who want to learn the hieroglyphic. And I recommend definitely that you watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And I will share that so everybody can see it. Now, it has reached 320,000 views now. So I'm going to type it in the chat. Kemet and Ma'at. If you have not seen it, you are sleeping, really. That's the work that I'm the most proud of, so I'm pretty sure that you would appreciate it. Then, well, it's a bit slow, but it should appear on the chat. There it is. It's in the chat now. And you also have the video Deception of Asiatic Black Men. You will see how your Asiatic Black men movements derive from Freemasonry. And of course, White Semites, Black Awakening. And if you want a shorter version, you have the video called Black Semites, Shocking Revelation. Earlier, the Ur was mentioned. You are, Chaldean and Ur, Abraham, and so on. No problem, Anthony Harris. He wrote, thanks for letting me on. No problem at all. Now, you have something called the Standard of Ur. And I think that it would be very good for people to see the Standard of Ur because you have individuals, you have characters, you have people there, and you can see what they look like. And those are your Sumerians. Because of that quote, Sumerians, black-headed ones, people think that they were just black people. But when you look at the actual artifact, it's another business altogether. So thank you again, brothers and sisters. Make sure to not only put some thumbs up to this video, but also to share it. Subscribe to the channel, which is Ma'at Forever, and share Kemet and Ma'at with your friends and family on your social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, MySpace, whatever you use. Also share it via email, via WhatsApp. It does help. Okay. So thank you again, brothers and sisters. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I will definitely holler back at you later. Hotel.